trying to prevent that this evening. But I wanted to have a little smoke with y'all because I gotta go to work tomorrow. I have to be up early as hell too, so I can't chill for that long. But I could chill for a little bit. But yeah, I just wanted to come through, hang out. I really do want to do a twist out before bed, but are we really about to do that? I literally did a braid out and I took it out and I feel amazing and luxurious. And I feel amazing and luxurious. Honestly. Like, you know what the secret for this one was? Rainwater, bitch. The rains came and got my ass. My shit getting luxurious off the rainwater, but I just feel like whenever you get a good braid out, I just feel like the next day the braid out not braiding out. I'm sad about it. I feel like my braid out not about to give like that first time I was up over there, but you know what? Maybe. I feel like my plan is to get up early, wet my hair, do a little braid, go to the store, go get my little outfit or whatever, cause bitch, I don't got no clothes to wear to this shit. I really, I was just aiming high. What up? Thank you so much. I'm happy I'm live too. Hope you're doing well, babe. How you doing? Hope everyone's doing well. Bitches are trying to motherfucking co-regulate and just not co-regulate, but just regulate their nervous system because I'm feeling imposter syndrome, bitch. I feel like I'm about to go to this job interview and I'm just feeling catastrophe energy. You know what I mean? I'm just worried as hell. But I feel like I probably just need to just take a deep breath. Wait, hold on. I think that worked. What up, Shay? What up, Glitter? I hope you're doing well. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are super kind. Thank you. Thank you. The rains got me, bitch. I thought we left the windows open in the car, so I ran out. Bitch, I got rained on all the way, soaked through, freezing, looking like a rat. But the rainwater was really giving. No, I said interview, but I'm going to orientation tomorrow. I got the job, and so tomorrow is like my first day of you know how you gotta do paperwork and shit. I'm basically going in to do paperwork at like 10:30. So I'm terrified. I'm gonna be so fucking for real because some of my paperwork is not paperworking. Like I know there's gonna be an issue with some of my stuff, but I'm hoping that there's not really an issue because sometimes as long as you got this paper, it's okay if you don't got that paper. So I'm really hoping that that could work out. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the fact that I got it, the fact that she was late, the fact that I thought I didn't get it, but I didn't trip, the fact that somebody told me to call and I was like, nah, I'm gonna let them come to me if I got it, and it did. I'm happy, but I'm still kind of like in that weird space. Thank you, thank you, but I'm just having a little bit of insecurity. You feel me? Cause it's been a minute since I've had a job. You feel me? Like I've had to like be up around people and deal with them and shit, and like yeah, I'm worried, bitch. I'm just worried. Like I feel like again, the white people seem cool, but I don't know. And then on top of it, I know for a fact that like, the job is going to be stressful at times. Like people are going to cuss me out. And so I have to like be able to be like, I'm sorry that you feel that way. You know what I mean? Like I have to like operate like through a situation, not like a robot, but I kind of can't like I can't fight them back. Like I kind of have to just be like, absolutely. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that I want to fight anybody. I'm just saying like there's no like my only option is to be like, absolutely. You know? Thank you for sharing. I'm glad you told me. Like I have to be on that type of shit. So and again, like it's not like I could do much more, but I feel like that's a hard thing. I wasn't really thinking about it like that. I was just thinking about just getting the job. You feel me? Like now I'm really thinking about it and I'm like, damn, like I'm recovering from people pleasing, so that's why I'm also scared because it's like, damn, like it's gonna be moments where I really can't do shit, but say I'm sorry, and there's another hotel, and I gotta sit with that. So it might be a good thing. It's gonna be challenging though. Thank you, Taylor. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. But I feel like again, I feel like I want to be I be wanting to save the day so damn bad, bitch, and like at this job that like some days I'm not gonna be able to save it, so I'm just trying to let it go. But yeah, I'm really hoping that everything works out for me truly. I'm going to like Walmart or Target to just get a dress or something cuz I was going to go to like Value World today, but it just didn't align with the time, but other things did, and I'm grateful. I'm very grateful. Also, bitch, oh my god. Okay, I just remembered like part of why I wanted to come back. Okay, so I think I told y'all before, like I started talking to this lady through a comment section. Like we were just both talking shit, and she like reached out to me after the fact, and we both realized that we both fuck with plant medicine. And she works on a farm on the West Coast, which is really cool. But she's been totally like rocking with me like for a while, and it's been really amazing to just get closer with her. But me and her had a convo tonight, and she told me that she got one of my favorite mushroom strains back off the farm, fresh harvest, and it's about to be in the shop next week, bitch. I'm crying. The strain is called Tidal Wave. It is I can only describe it one way. Sacral chakra opener. If you are someone that has been sexually frustrated, like you just are not connecting with your body sexually, this is the one. If you have been having a hard time having a sexual experience with another person, maybe y'all aren't really connecting with each other, maybe the libido, maybe the honey pack's not honey packing, the Viagra not Viagraing. I'm telling you, this is that one. This is that one that just, just reminds you like it's been such a long time. You might have forgot that you was fine, and you need someone to kiss you on your neck and breathe on your neck. Okay, again, it may be one of those times in life where you just again forgot that you are one of the baddest bitches and you deserve to touch on yourself, even if it's just you. All right, self-love. Masturbation is self-love. It is sex with someone you love, okay? And so maybe you're not having the self-love moments. Mine too, Noe. Mine too. But it's definitely a situation where if you're just sexually feeling kind of dead, sexually feeling uninspired, maybe you recently, and I'm just giving my own testimony. Maybe you fucked around and was on Pornhub and watched some shit that was recommended based on other shit you like, and that was not what you liked. And now you're sitting here like, what the fuck was that? Or, or another testimony, you are realizing that some of your sexual desires are rooted in shame, trauma, uh, harm, domination. You know what I mean? So again, connecting with your punakata. That bitch be saying punanakathon, and I did not realize how hard that would be to say. So I'm just gonna say putangtang. Okay, I'm gonna say putangtang. So if you want to connect with your putangtang, if you want to connect with your gnome, you want to connect with your soldier, you want to connect with your clitoris, if you want to uh, connect with your bus or puss. Honestly, sacral chakra, don't mind who opened it. So, um, yeah. Again, I'm not trying to play nobody. I'm just trying to let you know that if your sexual desires are rooted in something that you're not really feeling comfortable in no more, like you're like, this ain't sitting with my spirit. This one's gonna allow you to just reset and just figure out how to fuck to touch on yourself and love on yourself, so you can start to like pour from that. Because again, I truly believe that being in the age of the internet has really made some people sexually desire some shit that they would not even sexually desire. But the Western media has absolutely gotten to us. I honestly want to break silence about something. This is very unrelated but related. Walk with me. Put on your shoes. Put on your shoes. If you are not a walker, bitch, get in your chair. Get in your scooter. You can even lay down. What I'm trying to offer is that you should consider just take a moment to think about why the fuck our sexual desires are things that are categories in porn websites. Like why we're sitting here looking at sexual activities and able to just be like, oh, this is connected to this. Oh, click on this. Like that's kind of strange. But what also strange to me is just how much sexual media is in children's cartoons. And again, I'm telling you to walk with me because I was recently trying to look for a gift. And usually when I'm looking for gifts, I try to look for gifts that of fat people, fat animals. I try to connect, you know, that I'm a fat person. And so whenever I want to show something that's representing me, I try to find a fat version of the thing. And so I typed in like fat dance or something, and one picture popped up for me that really fucked me up was, I don't know if y'all watched the show Rugrats. I am 34 years old, so you may not be my age, but you may remember the show Rugrats. But that show is basically about a bunch of little babies having a little good time, and some of the concepts in the show are a little bit nuanced. Um, I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but there was an episode where Angelica was, I want to say, reimagined in some way, where she was not a regular baby because she was always a little bit older. She was like 3 years old, and the rest of the babies were like one, maybe. But in this particular episode, she was like extremely fat. And I remember that episode briefly, not all the way to tell you what was going on in it. But in this episode, I remember for sure that like the babies was bringing her food, and she was laid up and her feet was like kicked up because she was so fat her feet couldn't even go down. Like she literally looked like she was just stuffed with snacks, covered in food, looked really like, just like looked kind of crazy. And again, when I saw that as a kid, I remember just thinking like, damn, that bitch is grubbing. Like she is living the life. Like I was low key jealous. I was like, damn, this bitch is living life. I'm loving it. But with that being said, I was a fat little kid and they was holding back on snacks and sodas with me, bitch. I couldn't even get a soda when I was little. So that's why now as an adult, I be feeling like, oh my God, a soda. It's like a treat to me, bitch. Cause again, there was withholding. Unrelated. But when I saw that episode as a kid, I didn't think nothing weird was happening. As an adult who has been a part of this kink called feederism, which is basically, for as far as I'm concerned, for me, what it is for me is there are a lot of men out there who enjoy seeing a fat woman eat, and bitch, I eat all the time. It's almost as if this kink was created in my mind. Again, I don't know how I got here. I mean, I do, but I'm just gonna say, period, point blank, like finding out that there were men who are willing to pay you money to watch you eat an entire Carvel ice cream cake, something I would do sight unseen for free. Again, these are things that people don't tell you, but it's something that I know about. With that being said, finding out that there are men into this kink means finding out that that little Angelica moment is a part of kink. That there was somebody on set. Think about Nickelodeon and all the feet shit. Bitch, at some point we have to hold that there were pedophiles creating content for children, that there were men creating content for children that was going to embed itself in their psyche, because there are men into the kink that I'm in that remember that scene and that is part of their kink, if that makes any sense. Like me watching it, I was just like, hey, like she's eating. For the boys and men that watched that scene, there was something there for them. And with that being said, I just want to hold that like some of our kinks are not because we just like that shit. Some of us were exposed when we were young to some images that may have hit for us at the time, but actually being able to decolonize and like just check in on what that behavior was that we were so attracted to, there's so much shame attached to our sexuality and what we like, that there are people probably suffering right the fuck now with something that they think that they want to either do or be sexually connected to, and really it might just be that you've been manipulated. It might just be that, you know, you might have saw something when you were younger and it's never left your hippocampus, your psyche. Again, I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. I just want people to realize that some of the stuff that we like sexually is not something that we genuinely do like. It was something that may have been offered to us in a sexual way. And I think that goes for trigger warning for SA mention, but some people have been sexually assaulted and they think that they've had sex. And so when some people watch certain content online, like sexual content, that's extremely abusive, they may think like that is just a type of sex that people have. They might not think like that is a type of abuse. And so I have seen discourse about content online, sexual content, actually majority of it being content that a lot of like women and non-men who are in the videos are not consenting to be online. And so if you are watching porn on Pornhub and Xtube, and this is not me trying to shit on anybody, because again, finding ethical content means talking to sex workers, and a lot of people don't want to do that. A lot of people want to see people fuck that they'll never know anything about other than their body and what their bodies are doing. And again, I think that that speaks to the level of shame we all feel around sex, that like we don't really care who's doing it. We just care about their bodies and what their bodies represent to us and what they're doing. So again, I say all this to say that there has been content fed to you by cartoons, by social media, by movies that tell you that this is some sexual shit, or tell you that this is something to like desire after, even if it's something that makes you feel ashamed, because that's another thing too. Shame is a big motivator. I'm noticing like shame will have people do a lot of stuff. And unfortunately, like not having the access to work through that shame, talk to people about the shame, or just be candid about the shame, that is just not, it's just not a thing. Like, we just don't live in that world. We live in the world where, men hit me up on these sites and like they love fat women, but they'll never show their face because they are worried about people knowing that they like fat women, or they're worried about people knowing that they want a woman that is fatter than what is acceptable, or even that they'd be into a woman that was so fat that she could not move. Like, there are men that are very much attracted to women that are 5, 6, 7, 800 pounds and want to be more. There are many men that are interested in women who do nothing but eat and relax and have a good time all day. I like, believe it or not, there is a space where people are looking for that, but we live in a patriarchy. So the men that want that 9 times out of 10 can't afford to like facilitate that. And so there's almost this like really bizarre desire to like have a woman believe that you can create that for her. And again, there are men out there that are doing that. There are men that are absolutely like being caretakers to women that they're in romantic relationships with. And in ways, I'm not gonna lie, jealous. But on the other hand, when I think about it, I think about how sometimes when we're, and I'm a sex worker, I'm a whore. So sometimes when we're a whore, we're a sex worker, we do sex work. And it's not okay to call people whores unless you are a whore as well. I want to put that out there because somebody made this content where they were talking about prostitutes, and we don't say prostitutes anymore. We say sex workers because there's dignity in working, like there's dignity in doing the work we do. And unfortunately, a lot of people, women, mostly women, are threatened by sex workers when the reality is if a man is paying for sex work, I want y'all to just like hold this as people who may be with men and think that sex workers are bad people or whatever. I want you to consider that like your man, your dad, your uncle, some of them are into some weird shit, bro. And if they told your auntie, your sister, your cousin, there would be a divorce in the family. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Like, some of y'all don't realize that the sex workers was keeping y'all family together. Like, the sex worker low key keeping y'all whole family lineage together. I swear. But some people don't want to talk about that. Like, there are some sex workers who do shit that a wife would never do, that a man wouldn't want his wife to do. We also have to unpack that like sex work exists because men don't see women as more than mothers and whores. We must talk about that. We must talk about how there are types of women, and men believe that the type of woman he would marry is not the type of woman he will fuck. And so therefore, there will be women he will fuck who he'll never marry. And if he wants access to those women, he will have to pay because, again, he is married. So, just putting it out there that there are men that are married that go to sex workers not because not because they don't love your mama, not because they don't love you, but because unfortunately they could never do the shit with you that they will do with a whore. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But again, some of y'all are not willing to do some of the shit that they want to do. And I'm not trying to say that you have to be. I'll never be that girl. Because I personally feel like if your partner doesn't feel comfortable to tell you sexually what they like, that's not a real relationship, personally. Like, can you imagine you have a relationship with somebody, y'all live together, y'all love each other, but you don't know what they really like? That's not a real relationship, right? Think about a relationship where you held back what you really like. Just think about that. Like, think about a friendship, any connection where you're like, I'm not going to tell them what I really want. You wouldn't do that, right? That would be silly, right? That'd be wasting your fucking time. Unfortunately, men are not operating like that because men don't think about wasting their time. Think about wasting everybody else's time. I feel like that's the moment here. Cause think about it. If a man tells you that he likes vanilla ass sex and he want to have kids, right? If a man says that to you, and y'all have y'all little life, and then you find out he over here going to strip clubs and paying for escorts and things like that, you may really want to think that this man is cheating on you because he hates you, he doesn't fuck with you. But the reality is under patriarchy, the shit that he may really want to do, and again, he may have been watching some shit. Like, that's the thing about it. I've met a lot of men that I've had sex work experiences with, and I've asked them a lot of questions because, bitch, they done already paid me, girl. I done already got the money, so I'm gonna just ask some real questions at the end because I just want to know how you got here. Oh, Rosa, thank you so much for sending me anything. Just thank y'all. Just thank y'all for all the well wishes, honestly. Like, today has been fucking crazy. Like, today has been absolutely crazy. As far as like how much people have supported me. So just thank you. I'm excited to start this new job. I'm not trying to get off topic, but I just want to say thank you because I did see that coin slide through and I want to say thank you again, baby. Thank you again. But yeah, with that being said, um, I'm not trying to say stay with a man if he's cheating on you. That's not the point of this. What I'm trying to offer is, unfortunately, some men really do see some shit on TV and start to think like, oh shit, like that's what, maybe I'll like that. Or they see something and they never speak on it, but that's what they think about in their mind. Again, what we think about sexually, what we think is sexuality, unfortunately has been taught to us. And some of us, unfortunately, were taught some weird shit because we watched a cartoon that was run by Dan Schneider, bitch. Like, honestly, like, it's situations like that where you're like, again, where I just happened to see a picture of Angelica from Rugrats looking extremely fat. And I started thinking about how I've seen that picture before and how I've seen that picture in the context of sex work and how I'm sitting here like, whoa, how long have some of these people been in this kink? How long have some of these people been thinking about this kink? Some of them from young, very young. And so I really wanted to ask more questions. And again, finding out that some of these men were seeing pictures of girls, young girls, minors, as cartoons in these like very sexual poses that people wouldn't think is sexual. Like, when you see a character in a show that's super, super fat and like they're food all over them and they look a little slovenly, like that is a part of kink. Some people don't realize that. Like, there's so much shame involved around fat phobia that some people don't even know what they're seeing sometimes. Like, when you see Angelica in that scene, you're supposed to think she is so like disgustingly fat, and she's really just a monster. And unfortunately, there are men out there who saw that when they were little boys, and now as older men, they're like, I really want a woman who will, you know, do make like recreate that for me. I mean, Angelica was a monster. That's true. That's true. Like, honestly, I don't know what they were trying to show us that with that. I don't know what they were trying to give us with that. It's just some characters are just so evil. It's like, why? Like, what's going on? Like Vicky on motherfucking Fairly Odd Parents. It's just some villains. It's just like, why are they here? Eustace from Courage the Cowardly Dog. I actively hated that man. I wanted him to die every episode. Like, every episode, I was like, Muriel, get away. Oh, I'm interested. Tell me something. What up? But yeah, no, I just always thought Muriel was too good for Eustace, and I just didn't understand. But Lois of Keys, I feel like Eustace took Muriel away from her family to the middle of nowhere, and I feel like that's why she was out there with her dog. I'm glad she had her dog. Her dog always loved her. I really think Courage fucked with her more than Eustace, which is wild, cause like I don't think I ever saw Eustace cook a damn meal. I never seen him do shit. I never even seen him go to work. Did he even? I'm not gonna do no more, but Muriel, what the fuck? I'm genuinely fucking disturbed. But with that being said, I genuinely don't think that all of us are just like we just decided we like this shit. We just decided we're gonna be liking this or that imagery. And for some of us, like there's things that we're attracted to that again we're not comfortable with telling anybody. We're not comfortable with sharing. And again, I feel like for men, mm, I'm telling you, there's something going on there. Because I feel like almost every cartoon I've ever seen has some episode where one of the characters gets super fat. And like that's the whole episode. Is like one of the characters, like, there's a new product that comes out, and one of the characters just can't stop eating this one thing. And then they gain a bunch of weight, and it's so funny. And again, I think about the clumps. I think about, uh, just again, the transformation. The transformation. Like I feel like the Nutty Professor. The Nutty Professor is pouring into somebody, y'all. Low key, I feel like I told y'all. I feel like I told y'all that I was talking to this one dude who like his kink was like a magical witch. What up, baby Ethernet? Thank you so much. His kink was like a magical witch made your booty gigantic or your titties gigantic, and he wanted a woman to buy a giant titty suit and a giant booty suit, and that was his kink. Like, and you got to think about it like this, like. I knew about it because we met on a sex work site and like we happen to live in the same city, but we did not hit it off, and that's okay. But I just want to be candid that like if we did hit it off, like I'm supposed to what? Like be with this man, and then then when we at the house I'm supposed to put on my titty suit and my booty suit. Like I'm just saying like there's just things that like people are into that cost a lot of motherfucking money. That's another reason why they go to the sex workers. You know what I mean? Cause a sex worker gonna buy a big titty suit, or she gonna make a big titty suit, or she gonna make a big booty suit. Your wifey, your girlfriend, she leaving you and she talking about you in the group chat. In fact, you probably gonna get some weird Amazon packages to your house. In fact, you might not want to try to date nobody in your town no more because the people gonna be talking about you in the group chat in other towns. So it's just like that's another reason why some men go to sex workers, because them hoes don't tell. Them hoes are not going to tell. And so when you're getting paid for sex work, you're not going to like a lot of sex workers get paid to keep a secret. I just want to put that out there right now. A lot of sex work is keeping secrets. A lot of sex work is, yeah, I'm paying you. Yes, I might have seen a titty pic. Yeah, I might have got a sexy phone call, but I'm really paying you to shut the fuck up, cause I don't want nobody to know this is what I do. Like people really wonder why men go to strip clubs, and like some people really can't understand like why men go there. First of all, women are disgusted by that place. I want y'all to think about a strip club real quick, because I'm gonna be real with you. I've never desired to go. Why would I desire to go? But again, my lack of desire to go to a strip club is mainly because, baby, I'm jealous. I wish I could be up there swinging around that pole. It looks fun as hell. I like low key, bitch. I feel the same way about strippers that I feel about dancers. I want to break y'all legs. I'm so disgusted. I'm so angry. It's the way that my back fat wants to break your legs, because even my back fat knows that it could not move like that. So how dare you? Again, I know it's dramatic, but what I'll say is I feel like for the most part, women are not interested in seeing other women be sexual. I feel like that's part of patriarchy. Patriarchy, again, it divides us into whores and wives, right? So if you're trying to be a wife, you're not gonna be around the whores, right? And it's a good way to keep us from talking to each other. Cause if whores never talk to the wives and wives never talk to the whores, how we gonna know that Jonathan's cheating on you? How we gonna know that Alexander is out here being a whole thought? How we gonna talk about it? Because you don't talk to whores, right? You don't talk to prostitutes. Again, with that being said, because there's a separation between whores and wives, men go to strip clubs so they can tell their secrets, so they can hang out with their boys and they can be fucked up. And the whores are not gonna say a damn thing. Wanna know why? Because them whores got kids to feed. Them whores is going to college and they're using their desire capital to flip. They're flipping their desire capital, especially as a stripper. Like low key, like a stripper. Think about it. Think about it. You twerk in your house for free. You twerk in your house for free. I'm not saying it's a good twerk. It don't matter. But you twerk in your house for free. She goes outside and twerks on a pole. She claps her booty. You clap your booty for free. She claps her booty, and it's one's raining and glitters. Okay, it's not the same. And so again, when you are clapping your booty for monies and glitters, and you're getting all the things that you need, well, you're getting some needs met by these men. There's a power there. There's a way that men see whores and that they'll never see a wife. And I'm not trying to diminish the wife. I'm never trying to diminish y'all. But what I'm trying to offer is men see whores and they are jealous in a way that they get to enjoy, if that makes sense. Like when a man sees his wife sitting with the baby, he be jealous in a way that's not sexy. Like, and I want y'all to think about that. Think about some of the men that be like, me and my wife ain't fucking. She over here, she doing, and meanwhile the wife got 37 jobs now. Meanwhile the wife literally is overemployed, hyperemployed, and this man like, I'm not getting fucked no more. And it's like, well, bitch, maybe if you start doing the dishes and shit, she would have some. She could pencil you in after fucking dinner and dessert. Like, take some shit off her shoulders, but no. So with that being said, when these men have successfully turned you into a wife, because that's another thing too. It's like men believe that they turn you into a wife. So that's another whole part of this is men have the power to create a wife. They can't make a whore. They may want to try, and I feel like that's why the whole cheating back shit is goofy. Because if this man cheated on you, sweetie, go here. Go heal. Don't go fuck no random man that you don't know because you want to make someone feel bad that you do know. Think about that. It don't make no sense. It's patriarchy playing in our face again. Cheating back just means somebody else getting pussy, bitch. For what? Starve them. Anyways, but yeah, so a man gets to make a wife. A man gets to make a wife. He gets to put a ring on a wife and make her stay in the house. He gets to cage her. The ring is really a part of leashing. And so you get a collar around your finger. And now what you gonna do for him? Anything. What you gonna do for his babies? Anything. Like you literally overnight become his servant, his slave, his maid, his cook, his chef. You become so many things off that ring. It's kind of fascinating that some of these men don't even offer the ring and they're getting that service, right? With that being said, once you're caged to wife, you can't really move like a whore, because once you move like a whore, well, then you never get to be a wife again. And low key, 9 times out of 10, if you were made a wife, you wanted to be that. It's very rare somebody was made a wife and didn't want to be that. With that being said, I think people think that whores always wanted to be whores. I want y'all to know, most whores wanted to be a wife. It's funny. Most whores wanted to be wives. Most whores wanted to have kids. Most whores wanted to have a family. Most whores wanted to have the things that y'all want too. The thing is, we were harmed. We were abused. We saw women be wives and be abused and harmed. We saw children be neglected. Like most whores have seen some really crazy shit. And so we know that we're going to use our pleasure. We're going to use our pleasure to benefit. We're not going to indulge in too much pain because we've already been there before. So we're going to indulge in pleasure. And so with that being said, I appreciate y'all for sharing and being caring and loving on me in this way. But I really didn't even know I had this on my spirit to share with y'all. But again, I was watching Kita Rose. I want to say it's Kitarose, and she made this post about whores, and prostitutes, and was just saying some things that were very fucked up, and it stressed me out because I'm like, man, it's the way people talk about sluts and hoes. And again, most sluts were not sluts from the jump. We just realized at some point that like what it took to be a wife, to be respected in patriarchy, we ain't had it. We ain't have it. And people told us we didn't have it. We were told, we were shown we didn't have it. So we stepped into that. And I feel like that's what some people might not want to think about, is that when you're not being a girl enough, like a good girl enough, people will let you know by their behavior, by how they reach out to you with certain offerings, that you're a slut. And I feel like with that being said, if people are reaching out to you with a lack of respect, I truly believe that the desire is for you to go inward and believe that you just deserve this treatment and that you just deserve to be treated like poorly. And I think that that's why the 4B movement coinciding with the slut apocalypse that's occurring is really fucking the men up, because the men are like, wait, some of y'all not fucking and some of y'all are over fucking. They can't believe it. They're stressed. They're like, wait, so we're not getting pussy and some of y'all are getting a lot of dick. And also, just to add to your worries, there are a lot of women who are realizing that they don't really care about a dick. They just care about being penetrated. So a lot of men are really, they in for some shocking news when they find out girls as runners and strap stars. I can't wait for that day when they head just explode, realizing that, yeah, the stud with the fade, yeah, he lacks emotional intelligence, so he will be able to get some pussy, absolutely. But you, um, mm-mm. Okay. Also, this is unrelated slightly, but the Cam Newton interview with that woman Cheyenne Bryant. I mean this with so much sincerity, but that woman is a fool, just like him, and I feel bad for him slightly because I feel like people are not critiquing her hard enough. Like I feel like she was saying a lot of crazy shit too, but you know what though? I feel like we're in that age where like people. I just feel like people really will go for the man, and it's like he low hanging fruit. You know what I mean? I feel like Cam is low hanging fruit at this point. It's like, girl, like at this point, it's like why y'all picking on him? Y'all know he different. I'm not trying to play him, but just hearing him speak, I was just like, y'all, like, I was surprised that he had a podcast. Like, people with money could really do anything. Like, if you have some money, you could really do anything. Like, I'm looking at him and I'm just like, wow, he really has some money. You could tell. Like when people have money, they just be acting so crazy. I just feel like that's the time of that. And again, I feel like some people who are operating like they're embarrassed millionaires, because that's what we're supposed to be, right? We all supposed to feel bad that we're not rich yet. So this combo might not hit everybody, but if you're not embarrassed that you're not rich yet, you may also notice that a lot of rich people are just like jumping out the window right now. And it is just so funny because it's like, girl, if you don't get you some sugar water and sit the fuck down, like, yeah, it is terrible times out here, but y'all are not going to die. Like, you're going to be okay. But some of these rich people are really just, ooh, you could just tell. Like, you could just tell. Like, here's the thing. I'm over here talking about $4 candy bars and I'm shook. Like, as a big back, low financial, high calorie American with soft teeth, I'm terrified out here right now because the prices of everything are just way too high. But if you was rich, oh my God, imagine $1 million low key popping up to two. I don't know what that's like, bitch. I don't know what that's like. They doubling everything out here. So I don't know. I feel like the rich people might really be going through something that we really don't get. But I'm just like, man, the way I'm shocked about candy bars, like maybe that's how Beyonce feel. Maybe that's why she moving how she move. Maybe she like, oh, you know what I mean? My gas bill, like $30,000 or some shit. Girl, who knows what the rich people are struggling with? I don't care. But I am thinking about it because I'm just like, well, we are really going through a lot. And again, somebody rich, having the life of a poor person, It wouldn't be that different. But if you're rich and now the world is inflating, again, I'm not laughing at their plight. I'm just like, wow. Again, I've been just too poor to even really think about it like that. But it's like, damn, now I really, I don't, again, I don't ever want to say I understand. But now I'm just sitting with like, damn, like imagine how they tripling it up there, bitch. Cause it's like if you already, I just feel like they already know we broke and they playing with us. Imagine knowing somebody rich, like that's just where I'm at. Like imagine you know somebody got 1 million and they gouging. Like I'm just saying, you could be like, it's three now. You know what I mean? And what they gonna do? Exactly. Not you're ready for the winter time. I'm crying. I'm honestly scared about the winter, to be honest with you, because I feel like in summertime, you could sit in some AC somewhere and really like just relax. But in winter, heat costs so much more money than the cool, and not just that, but this is last winter was not easy. But this winter, I feel like it's gonna be one that really fucks with people, and so I'm really gonna start like getting some of my recommendations together because I found this new content creator who like finds a way to use all the scraps when she cooks, and I really love that style of cooking because I do the same thing. Like whenever I'm cooking anything, I save all of my like veggies in the freezer because at the end of the week I might make a veggie stock or a broth, a bone broth or something, and I just want some fragrance in there. If I have some herbs or anything of that nature, I'll keep it in the freezer. Anything that I pick from the garden I'm not about to use, I'll put it in the freezer. The freezer is amazing. What up, Nima? But just being able canning, I haven't been canning. I have not been canning. I've been putting stuff in jars. To go in the freezer. I've been jarring for the freezer, but I feel like I'm mostly like a freezer storage person. I feel like I don't really draw jar or can. Maybe I will get more into that soon, but I really feel like that's probably going to be something I need to get into like the next couple weeks if I wanted to really make a difference in winter. Um, but yeah, no, I'm just like I'm sad that I'm leaving here only for all the prep that I have in my freezer. Like my freezer is like right now, and I'm just trying to just eat stuff in a way to where there's always something in the house, there's always something to eat, but there's always something in the freezer. Like I'm trying to think like that, and I really started thinking about like being a poor kid and just like how my mom used to cook and like things that I saw, because my mom never really taught me how to cook. She would ask me to like stir pots. That's it. She would let me stir a pot. um, she wouldn't let me cut shit. She wouldn't let me do really anything again. I would stir the pots. But I know sometimes she would like use like the leftover soy sauce packets from like when we got Chinese food, or she would um use like a ramen noodle packet like on like some meat or something. Like she would find some way to like use something in the kitchen that you wouldn't necessarily think to use with whatever dish and like transform it. And so I think about like being poor and like having to just like whip something up or like figure something out. Yeah, I've been trying to harvest my bacon grease, but I got some bacon that wasn't very fatty this time, but it was at the co-op and it was on sale, so it was kind of just like it was the cheapest, fattest pack of bacon I could buy. Again on EBT. So yeah, I feel like I'm still trying to be like mindful. Like even though his mom didn't say like I couldn't spend up all the EBT money, I'm not gonna do that. But I did spend a couple hundred. I'm not gonna lie. Like I went twice, and so far I've spent literally like two something, and I feel like before I spend any more, I'm gonna reach out because again, I don't know like what the vibes are. Like I know she doesn't cook. Like that's a thing. Like she's a convenience food person, so she buys a lot of canned stuff. So there's a party that wants to like make her dinner and just like offer it to her when I asked to get some more. Cause it's like if I'm about to cook anyway, you know what I mean. So I'm gonna ask Dane like what her favorite meal is, and like I'll make her a dinner and be like, "Can I buy a bunch of meat?" Cause I low key just want to put stuff in the freezer. not personal ethics of pride. I feel like I have shrimp in my freezer in a bag right now, and it was on sale for like $6, which lets me know that that shrimp is like probably very old, but it's still nice to me to have. But on EBT, I've never really had anyone's EBT card like that. Like, I feel like I had a friend that used to let me get snacks on their EBT, like a little candy or some shit, but like never like big meals or anything or big purchases or anything. So I really am just I've just been trying to get staples. Like I feel like I got some snacks for sure, but I made sure I had rice, I made sure I had bread. I'm trying to think of what else. I got a lot of produce. Like I feel like produce goes so quick, so I made sure I prepped a bunch of produce so it would go a little slower. I made sure I had some couscous. I low key didn't have as many herbs as I would have wanted to. I like to keep herbs in my freezer, but I'm not like not right now. I'm hoping that when I get this job, I won't have to get on food stamps, not because I don't want them, but because like I'm really hoping. But that's the thing though, like I don't want to apply for food. Like I don't want to apply for anything. Like I don't think I can apply for anything without an ID. That's the thing. Like I still don't have the ID. I still don't have the social security card. So I feel like that's why the job is like so clutch. Trust me, I hear you, glitter flies. I hear you on the scamiana. But I feel like it all worked out to where like I didn't need it and it never had to happen. And again, this job is to get the paperwork. Like once I have this job, I'll be able to have, money. I'm getting an Airbnb for a month. I'll be able to send my paperwork there. Like this is the setup, hopefully. But getting a real job, like that's been like the best chance for me to get an ID. Because I've been calling places to get ID set up, and their energy is just kind of like, I don't know, girl. We don't do that here. And it's like, thank you. So, again, I'm not trying to say that I've been like super on top of getting the ID. I feel like life has been lifing again. And it kind of just fell by the wayside and it wasn't the most biggest priority. And then also, I got to a point where it's like, once I get a check stub, once I have a proof of employment, having an ID might be a little bit easier. But that's been a barrier for me to get a lot of things. So, I'm hoping that I can go like backwards with it. King Crab on EBT. Exactly. Here's my thing. I don't think that anyone who's getting EBT should like not buy any certain things. I do think that there are people that like shame people on EBT for buying this or that. I find that strange. I think that if somebody needs EBT, clearly, their life ain't no crystal stair. So in my mindset, I don't think that like I've met people who got EBT that didn't need it for sure. Like I bet some people in college, like back when they were like being supported by their mom and dad, like who didn't need it. I've met people who scammed EBT. It was mostly white people. Like that's the thing. That's the thing. Like for every person that focuses on someone of color who eats like who gets like hot food on EBT, because you could get hot food on EBT certain places. But some people really talk shit about people who flip their stamps or who like, people really talk shit about that. And in my mindset, I'm just like, bitch, white people get EBT so easy. I just feel like that's how you know they want white people to survive everything. Cause it's the way that they be getting they get their needs met every time. I never met a white person who never got EBT. I never met a white person who tried to get EBT and didn't get it. I never met a white person denied for EBT. Ever. And so that's my energy. My energy is very much I don't want to even try again because I've tried before. I tried when I was in New Orleans, living in a house with like 6 people paying 125 of rent. I had no job on the books, and they literally were like, "No." I was like 21. So it's been 13 years since I applied, and my life ain't got no better. So I don't want them to play me again. Thanks, boo. Um, Nima. That's that shit. Yeah, I feel like if you focus on all that shit, you're gonna go crazy, bitch. Like, I feel like if you really think about all the scams white people do, my God, I swear. Mm. Yep. It's just, again, our rage has a place. Trust me. Like our disgust, our anger, it has a place, and I feel like the world that we live in don't make a place for it. And so a lot of people be feeling like haters or be feeling like they, being low vibrational. No, bitch. No. Our world do not make space for pain. Hey, bitch, that's sick. Sid, I'm fucking sick. Y'all need to fuck with Sid No Escape. They be putting out good music. Listen to my friend. Thank you for sending me your recent project, friend. Thank you so much. Like I'm really grateful for you. I wish we could stream some shit right now. Wait till I get on StreamYard, y'all. Wait till we get on StreamYard. It's coming up. It's coming up. But my brain has been fucking dead, so I ain't been able to do my thing. Herbs or medicine that can help with dancing, bitch, I wish. Bitch, I wish. But you know what though? I'll say this. I think that like doing mushrooms has helped with like connecting with my body. I even though I can't dance, I still shake and shimmy. You feel me? Even though I can't really, hit a boom cat, I still boom and cat, I still boom and cat. So with that being said, I do think that being able to be in medicine space has been helpful. I feel like I got caught off guard talking about other stuff, but one of the strains that's coming back is albino penis envy. That one is a little bit more potent than penis envy. Penis envy is the mama. Albino penis envy is the mutation. I find the albino strains to be a little bit more. How do I say this? I feel like they tap more into the shadow. They're a little bit more shadow based. And so I feel like the albino penis envy deals more with like heart chakra. Like I feel like when you take penis envy, I feel like it really deals with like the psychedelic, the rainbow. I remember when I took penis envy for the first time, me and my ex were laying on a bed, staring at a white ceiling that looked like a rainbow river that was just going crazy on the ceiling, and we were just stuck, just smiling, just hugging, and just feeling so connected and so happy. Whereas I feel like the albino penis envy really just helps you kind of pinpoint like where the pain is. It's very, very somatic, very body somatic. I feel like this strain is good for going into yoga poses, long stretching, having space to move. If you're in a little apartment, this might be one to take to the park. This is definitely a strain for the last couple weeks of this year, where it's still hot outside, still nice outside, still go outside type time. But yeah, the albino penis envy definitely wants you to get into your body, but also into your heart, which is in your body. And then the last one that's new on the menu that we haven't had is a strain called Torque, which is the isolated mutation of tidal wave. And this will actually be a new strain for me. So I'm actually excited to see how this one compares to tidal wave, if it is more intense. But I remember when I took tidal wave, the parent strain of this strain. Thank you so much, Ink. I'll be happy to see you. But I remember when I took the parent strain of tidal wave, rather of Torque called tidal wave. I remember just feeling like this is gonna sound how it sounds, but I felt like my cervix was cracking. Like I felt like in my gyno area, in my vagine area, just this shedding feeling, but it felt really heavy. And I remember just feeling like there were pieces of my endocrine system kind of just like falling away, kind of like detaching, almost like there was a shell on my cervix, there was a shell on my womb. I know it's gonna sound how it sound. I know it's gonna sound how it sound. But it felt like that. It felt like I was freeing myself sexually. And I think that my orgasms became more powerful. I became way more in control of my body sexually after that one. But I think I also withdrew a little bit. So I think that this one The tidal wave, the original one that I told y'all about, that one is really good for self love. It's really good for like having sexual experiences alone. When you're with another person, that strain can be really intense sexually. Like I know some people might think, oh, me and my boo are gonna take this strain, we're gonna fuck all night. What may happen is that you discover that like more than like wanting to penetrate each other, you actually want to do more sensual sexual experiences. You may want to show each other how to touch each other. You may want to start over sexually. And so I do think that that is one of those strains where, and we have tidal wave on the menu as well, but the tidal wave is again one of those strains that just allows you to see past what you've been holding as your sexual self or your sexual truth. And I think that I just stepped into more of my own desire versus the compulsory heteronormativity where I am assuming that, I'm attracted to this man, so I must be straight. Whereas when I'm attracted to a woman, I'm feeling all these different feelings because patriarchy, because Christian Christian upbringing, or even just like knowing that loving a woman, especially in public and out loud, is a moment. For some of y'all that are, new to being queer or out, there is a shift that happens when you are finally living in your queer truth. And some of y'all may be avoiding that. That's okay. Like I really think as a later in life gay, I'm not of any authority to tell people to like be gay now, like be your gayest self now. I think that it does take time for you to just remember or just to realize that like you're the one who cares the most about how other people are perceiving you. Like whatever you think other people might think about your behavior, that's actually you. You actually care more about what people think about your behavior than they ever could. And I feel like getting out of that is much harder than having to wonder every day about what these people really think. Like having to tell yourself or reassure yourself, actually, it's okay. And also, this person, Mr. Bubbles, asked me if I'm a boy or a girl. I want to uplift that, like, we live in a world that really does care. Like, if you're masculine or feminine, there's no curiosity about the in between. And I saw this video I shared on Instagram, like, last year about Castor Semenya and about how, socialization will have you thinking that to be a woman you must go pay someone to, you know, uh, put longer nails on your nails, to you'll pay someone to transform your hair. You'll transform someone. You'll pay someone to transform you in a certain way. This is not me trying to shit on beauty culture. This is just me trying to offer that like when you're not white, the parameters to be a woman or a girl are much more strict. And so if we're looking at white womanhood as the framework for womanhood and for femininity, there are a lot of women who are just automatically not in the game anymore. Sonata, that part indeed. Um, but also Sonata, when you left the other night and we were talking about Kamala, I was stressed because I was behind in chat and I think you left before we got to your comments about Kamala, and I feel like I don't want to like necessarily go all the way back and like be dredging things up, but I do wonder, and this is not just for you, this is for anybody that's here, that is a black person. I am wondering, are y'all feeling like if Kamala doesn't win, there's gonna be some big shift? And this is not me trying to be ignorant to Project 2025. This is me genuinely asking that if folks are believing in Kamala, if folks are believing Kamala's gonna do something, I'm genuinely wondering like, are folks feeling like it's down to the wire and they need to vote for blue no matter who? Like, what is the vibes? Again, I'm not someone that's gonna vote. I know people are gonna judge me for that. That's fine. I'm not gonna worry about that. What I'm gonna worry about is how people are really actually feeling about voting. Because again, I personally feel like local elections may be a little bit more important at this moment, but I could be wrong. I could really be wrong. Again, I'm not voting. I'm not voting. Mm, I hear you. I hear you. Again, I hope I'm not being dismissive. Like, just because I don't vote doesn't mean I don't care. It's more that I'm just realizing that, um, yeah, it's again and again, I'm trying to also sit with the reality that some of us are being told that we have to save America with our votes, and it's giving gaslighting, it's giving manipulation for me, because it's feeling like we're back in, Biden versus Trump. Like, I just feel like we're back there. I just feel like we're back. It's feeling very much karmic soul tie, bitch. I don't know, bitch. It's feeling like, again, it's feeling fake on both sides, because it's like, how could the Republicans really have him as the nom? It doesn't even add up. But on the other hand, it's like, how could the Democrats have Kamala as a nom? It doesn't even add up. Like they both don't add up. And that's the other thing too, is like people talking about they was gonna vote third party, and that's another thing too. People talking about they want to vote for, like, and that's the whole point of all that shit. That I'm connecting it right now, because it's like people were really voting third party and were threatening it, but were naming that that's what they were gonna do and tell other people to do, and the Blues was like, well, they not gonna vote for the ham sandwich that's dead, so we gonna put we gonna put her over here. And so maybe they gonna fuck with her. Cause if they vote for third party, you're gonna find out we not gonna let that happen. Like, it's just giving like, oh, y'all really thought we was gonna give y'all real choice. Like, it's giving there's really no choices, sweetie. Like, it's giving there's no choices. It's giving it don't even matter. Cause that's the other thing too. Like, people are really like people are pulling back support from Kamala because she is absolutely like entertaining Palestine. Like, in terms of like killing and aiding and abetting. So I just feel like, unfortunately, like, people are saying that there's no difference between Kamala and Trump, and they're focusing on one issue, which again, Palestine is connected to anti-blackness. It is connected to transphobia. And I also want to say that, like, one of the mods reached out to me in private, and this is not a black mod, so I want to be candid that, like, they did acknowledge that, they don't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable, but they were acknowledging that, like, there is Palestinian and black allyship allegedly, and that, like, there is a desire to divide black and Palestinian people, to cause dissension, allegedly. Again, all I'm going to offer is that I truly do believe that there are a lot of things connected to anti blackness and the harm of black people here on the soil. However, unfortunately, we are in the wildest time of life, and people have all this access to information. And the way some of this shit stacks up, it just, a lot of people are unmoved. I hear you on inflation, and I feel like, aren't is it inflation the prices though? That's where I'm at. Like, people are saying inflation, but it's like, I think prices just went up, and our wages are staying the same. I just don't believe the third party is a thing. You don't believe there's a such thing as transphobia? Black sheep, before you carry on, I'm wondering, are you trans? And if you're not trans, I'm wondering what makes you think that. Because again, I don't want to shut people down for saying something that may potentially be ignorant. I want to ask people deeper questions. If people are uncomfortable with them saying what they said and want to go in and say their piece, you're more than welcome. But I don't want to be kicking people out. I don't want people to be feeling like they can't say their piece, because here's how we combat misinformation. This is how we figure out, like, how we get on page and how we get on code with each other. Sonata, Sonata. The black sheep, you're not a trans person. Okay. So you're not a trans person, you are a cis person, and you don't believe in transness. I feel like I went on a little bit of a tangent when that person asked me if I was a boy or a girl, But what I was trying to offer is, if I was here, if I bothered to put on makeup, if I bothered to do my nails, if I bothered to put on clothes that were more form fitting, people would know I'm a femme. But think about the ways that we have to code ourselves. Like, y'all know I'm comfortable as fuck right now. Like, y'all know I'm happy right now. I'm vibing. But me being comfortable like this is reading as we don't know what they are. And I think that that speaks to, in ways, just the inherent, like, whiteness of gender. Just the ways that, like, when white people just be chilling, hair tie, makeup, hair tie, chilling with no makeup on, like, people are not asking a white bitch if she a white bitch or not. But I want to hold that, like, when you're not doing certain things, when you're non-white, people will really play in your face like you're not getting to the gender ideal. You're not performing as feminine as I would like. And it's an awkward ass moment because it's like, damn, like I was never performing for you. So it really has me sitting with the reality that there are some people out there who think that we are performing for them. They think that, like, when we put on the lashes, the nails, the anything, we're doing that for them. Race and gender are actually quite connected, unfortunately, for you. And I really hope that you just take a moment to just do some digging into the anti blackness of massage and war. Like, if you're a black woman or you have black women in your life, look up the term massage and war. That is an important moment for you to notice the link between gender and race. They are inextricably linked. And that is why it's important for us, especially if you are someone who is not white, to start learning about transphobia. Because you may find that there were times where you were a victim of it. Even as a cis person, you may find that someone has misgendered you or has thought that you were not the gender you are actively operating in because you didn't fit this or that criterion. I know many black women who have told me that people have thought they were a man because they weren't wearing a wig, because they were not performing femininity the way that the colonizer has imagined it. If the colonizer has imagined women to be snatched waist, big titties, long hair, if the colonizer telling me that Blake Lively the standard, and if we don't, like, I want y'all to think about some women of color who are trying to fit the white woman standard adjacently. I want y'all to think about that. There was a tweet the other day of Kim Kardashian with an ombre wig, and I'm gonna just let this shit sit. And somebody said, y'all gonna be mad when I tell y'all who I thought this was when I couldn't find my glasses. And I was laughing because I went like that and looked, and I was like, and that was another moment for me where I was like, damn, like, it's just the ways that, like, white women and some women claiming black ancestry are actively, performing like white women. And again, I know it becomes a slippery convo when we start talking about wigs. But I'll say this: when non-black women wear wigs, and when non-black women's wigs become the standard hair for black women, or when non-black women become the standard for black women, and they're literally wearing wigs and they're wearing other things to assimilate closer to whiteness, and they are the standard for beauty in black communities, again, I'm just trying to hold that, like, gender and the performance of womanhood is so white that people really go out of their way to try and tell black people, oh no, this person just light skinned, and like it's a whole white person with a tan. And so again, bless the chat. Bless the chat. Again, I appreciate so many people coming through in the chat to share with Black Sheep, because with that being said, like, y'all are practicing love right now, and I love to see it. I understand that not in every moment we're going to have the capacity to practice love. Sometimes we are going to punish people because we're not ready to communicate with them, but I'm glad that people are seemingly in the space to keep on communicating with Black Sheep. With that being said, I am going to put a poll up just so that when people are done educating, if things go left, there can be a moment for people to say we are done. We want to move on. Because again, I don't want anyone to sit up here and think that they have to continue to educate or give labor because that is just what the fuck they're on earth to do. No one is alive for that. Um, so I'm gonna ask, should we move on? And again, when it gets to a lot of years, then we're gonna leave. But AJ said, "Do you feel like you were treated as less of a woman growing up because you're tall, and did that make you lean into masculinity?" That's the thing. I don't think I've ever leaned into masculinity. I feel like there were times where I dressed in drag for sure, and there were times where I definitely wanted to like just see like if I was like a boy or like if I was a cis man, like would I be hot? Like that was really my motivation was like, am I hot as a boy? And honestly, yeah, so I am. So that sucks. You know what I mean? Slightly. Cause again, I don't really feel comfortable dressing masculine. Like there's times where like I'm just dressing bummy, but I do see that like people read me as masculine. Again, if I don't perform, aka purchase, my femininity from the colonizers' shops, I am not a woman. And so I feel like some people know what that's like to be an unwoman. And I hate to use that term to like steal from Aldous Huxley or whatever the fuck his name is. But I really feel like I'm an unwoman. I feel like that's why I just named myself as agender because I'm aware because I'm fat, because I don't have a lilt to my voice like when I want to speak softer, I have to consciously make the effort to do that. When I'm like just talking at regular resting voice, people do hear a masculine timbre, and so it's really an energy of like I think that when we think that we see masculinity, I think unfortunately, I think what's missing, um, I think we see masculinity by what's missing, if that makes sense. Like we see femininity as like taking on something, as becoming something. We see masculinity as like just made, as just there. And I think that again, when like the feminine is being seen in a man, like people see extra things. Like think about Usher. Usher's being dragged right now because people think that he's using a body double because his body movements were very quote unquote gay. I want to be candid that I've definitely thought that Usher was a queer man. At this point, I don't give a fuck. I just think that like Usher being queer or not doesn't matter, but like the ways that Usher moved his body made people think that he sucks or fucks a man. Isn't that fascinating that like this man does what he loves, which is dance, sings, and yet the tone and the timbre of his voice was giving woman. Isn't that fascinating that like Usher had to do something to be seen as not a woman? Not Usher's bi. Has he said he was bi? Has he said he was bi? Did that come out? Please don't say Usher is gay. Please don't do that here. Please, we don't want to be sued. Please. People be suing these days. They be suing. Let the record show the yellow starburst in the background said that is not true. What do you mean? Um, I'm sorry, I'm going back in the chat. You're a woman with PCOS, so you understand being misgendered, but you don't think it's transphobia. But that's the thing. That's what transphobia is. It's a lack of education. Like that. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. That is true. People are not educated enough to speak on gender. They're not. And unfortunately, they are confused. Thank you. Like you really put it together for us. And again, sometimes people may not be educated enough to speak on the topic at hand, but they can still recognize that what's unfolding is some bullshit. And again, people being confused, people not understanding gender, that's part of this. That's part of this. Like like sometimes I want to scream because it's very obvious in communicating that like some of this information is being purposefully gate kept from you. Some of y'all are not able to access some of this information because it's on purpose. It's on purpose. Think about it. If you never see a trans person, you never connect with trans people, and what you hear on TV or what you see in the news, you're going to demonize us. But the reality is being trans just means that I'm not cis, meaning I'm not invested in the performance of being a man or a woman. I don't think that like I have to do my hair any certain way to be perceived as woman. I don't think that I have to dress my body in any certain way to be perceived as woman. I don't think that I have to do anything to be anything. I think that I just am. And I feel like some people are upset by that because unfortunately some of y'all may realize as I speak that some of y'all may be buying into a gender performance. Some of y'all may not really feel like you're a girl either. Maybe you don't feel like you're a man either. Maybe you're nothing too. Maybe you're nothing too. And again, I feel like me being nothing doesn't devalue me. It just, yes, I did roll my weed on top of some Tupperware. I did. I certainly did. You know what? That's okay. It's all, and it worked out. With that being said, I do genuinely believe that there are a lot more of me than there are of people who genuinely think that they gotta love pink and grow their hair out. And I'm not saying that's all being a woman is. What I'm trying to offer is some people believe the programming that has taught them that you need to get a Barbie car, that you need to snatch your waist, that you need to be buying waist beads, that you need to be going into indigenous women's fertility and spending money to give some indigenous ancient, like I see all the girlies wearing the Caribbean women's clothing, and it's so fascinating because some of these aesthetics, some of these things that we want to perform as, again, it's all performance, it's all money, it's all work and labor. And you know what? I'll say this. I'm not trying to go too deep because I did recently see someone who had a similar take to mine, but they took it to a different place. They were naming that when women get their nails done and get lashes done and get hair done, like sit for hours in chairs to get work done, they were like, I feel like that's masculine. She was like, I feel like it's very masculine to sit there for 2 hours to get your nails done. And I was like, that's so fascinating to me how there are cis women who are now deciding, you know what, it's very masculine for you to be getting your nails done. It's very, I'm like, wow. Again, we're living in a time where the language that we're using, not everybody is really, we not all saying the same shit. But again, I do think that there's something sinister about how you can't just paint your fucking nails. Now, don't get me wrong, my nails ain't painted, but I will paint them soon. But just painting your own nails is seen as like not enough. And it's wild because again, there's girlies that are learning how to become nail techs just so they don't have to sit inside of a fucking salon. Just like there's girlies becoming lash techs. Just like there's girlies becoming lash techs and shaming other girls for not knowing how to do their lashes the best. Meanwhile, this woman has a whole kit. She has a wand, she has glue, she has a laser. Like there are people who are gaining literally, like they're literally gaining skills, marketable skills in fucking aesthetic, in the aesthetic field. Like they're gaining skills through the internet, through desire to beautify. And just so industrious. Like you ever think about that? You ever just think about what time we're in right now? Again, someone saying that it's masculine for someone to get their nails done or their hair done is very fascinating to me. But I don't want to use that language, me personally. What I think is it's still part of patriarchy. I think that's a better way to say it. That patriarchy has femmes thinking, and again, I know some people will say, I'm in the salon because I want to be for 2 hours. Cool. But again, the aesthetic of being in the salon for over 10 hours is what people are now calling the opposite of femininity, which I find so fascinating because so many of us wake up and try to get to the beauty. Like we wake up and we're like, okay, I gotta the lashes, the cat eye, the foundation, the rose water, the lemon water with honey that I drink from my stomach and my, you know, the fucking pimple patches, like all the things femmes do to get ready. And again, I'm not saying it's only femmes. Like I know there's masculine center people who like get up and, they're putting on that detoxifying spray mask and They're doing all types of buffering on their nails. Like there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not hating on any of that. I'm not saying anything's wrong with that. What I'm saying though is that there are a lot more men who will just wake up and be like, I'm there. I'm at the beauty. And even if I'm not, who cares? And so many of us femmes wake up and we're like, I'm running out of lip chap. Oh no. As if it's gonna make it or break it. You know what I mean? Like it's wild. It's wild the little things that we'll really just focus on not having access to and then be on some like damn, like if only I had this or that beauty tool. And it's like that's really you really think that was gonna be it? Again, I'm not trying to play nobody because I've definitely felt like, man, if I had this wig, it would be over. But it's like, damn, like I just think of the bullying that is to yourself to like tell yourself like, damn, if you would have bought this product, you would have been able to do this thing or have this opportunity. Like I also think getting this job with my natural hair was like really a moment for me because I have never gone to a job interview outside of the last couple times with my natural hair. And it's not because I hate my hair. I've never hated my hair, but I have not known what to do with it. And again, these are things that you are taught as a child. I truly believe that like you should be taught as a child how to do your fucking hair. And if your family don't have the same hair texture as you, it's on them to pay someone to teach you how to work with your fucking hair. So the ways I was denied autonomy by my mom literally not allowing me to talk to actual black people or at least people with hair texture like mine so that I could get the information, just the ways that I was just denied like my fullness because my mother did not have access. And I truly believe that she just didn't want me to access like full autonomy. And I think I kind of always knew in the back of my head, like, I gotta fucking get out of here. Like, I gotta get away from her. And I think she didn't like that shit. I think my mother wanted a daughter that really thought that she was amazing. Like I really think my mother wanted a daughter who really like looked up to her. And I think that as I said the other night, some white people have brown kids that have pets. And I really do think that I wasn't a good enough pet. I wasn't grateful enough for her bringing me into the earth. She wasn't happy, or rather, I wasn't seemingly happy to be brought earthside by her. And if I could be real, I just think that I kind of knew the earth was ghetto from the beginning. And so I think my mom was always trying to get me to like be happy or just let it go that my life was so trash. And again, I watched that Cam Newton interview, and I will say that that woman Cheyenne, I'm not trying to give her too much, but I felt like there were just moments where she was just like, ooh, she was stressing me the fuck out, honestly, because some of the God stuff, again, sometimes when women get too into God, it stresses me out because it just sounds like my man, my man, my man, and people can't hear it. And I'd be like, y'all don't hear that shit? But okay. Anyways, she was talking about how, like, when you're in a broken home, you spend a lot of your time trying to figure out why your dad is not in the home. And I just think about how I really did try to understand like the dynamics of my family's brokenness. And I do believe that it did fuck me up. Like it made me overanalyze a lot of other dynamics that I just didn't need to think about because that has nothing to do with me. And granted, my mom and my dad not being together doesn't have anything to do with me. Probably sounds wild, but it really don't. That's on them. If they didn't have a good enough connection to be having children, they should have actually figured that out before they did that shit. So them not ever getting it together, even after having kids, that's their failure. It's unfortunate, but I don't really think about that shit too deeply. What I do think about, based on what that woman said, is just how often I am doing that shit to myself. How often I'm doing all this investigation work trying to understand some shit when really it is what it is and I need to just fucking move on. So I did appreciate her bringing that tidbit. Even though I do think that there were moments where she was really distressing me, I think that's my own personal bias. I did escape the Christian church, and I know some people might not think about it that way, but I believe that the Christian church really does embed itself in your psyche. And so to get free from the Christian church takes a longer time than I truly believe people really truly understand. Because for you to believe that God exists at all, you actually have to like believe in your soul that you could go to hell truly. And I think that that right there is the problem for me, is ever ever anybody ever telling me I could go to hell. I really feel like that right there was one of the biggest mistakes anybody ever told me, because that right there really started me on a path of people pleasing and being worried about being a demon and just all these things that I was worried about embodying, when the whole time the demon is the motherfucker that told me I could go to hell. Like, I truly believe that. And some people may not want to hear that, but I truly believe that nobody needs to suffer. And if you're telling me something that's supposed to be loving and happy and la 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 la, and then you're telling me about eternal damnation and suffering, babe, you lost me. You lost me. Again, I know some of y'all will not hear me because, again, when you are in the Christian church, it is a hijacking of your mind, babe. I hate to tell y'all that, but they take your mind, they take your critical thinking, and it's frustrating because, again, I too wanted to believe Jesus had a fish fry. I too wanted to believe Jesus had a fish fry for all them people. It was a good story. I've had a big back my whole life. I wanted to go. I was like, wait, Jesus was frying fish? Wow. And they only had two fish when they started and everybody ate? Again, why would I want that to be real? Again, I'm not trying to fuck with nobody or play with nobody. I'm just saying, even knowing that when you talk about this shit, someone gonna be thinking you a demon. That shit is fucking crazy, bro. Like, I just feel like it's such a perfect manipulation scheme, because everywhere you turn, you're going to hell. It's so fucking evil. Like, again, I know some people are not gonna be able to walk with me on that. That's okay. I still love you, but I'm glad I escaped. I'm glad I don't believe that I'm gonna go to hell for everything that I fucking think or do. I'm grateful. My God. Sidno. Sidno said it's wild how even the performance of gender, regardless of mask or femme, and when I'm masculine or center, I feel like people really want to fuck me, and that's about it. Or they're scared of me. I feel like there's a lot of desire to fuck, a lot of desire to be afraid. But when I'm dressed as a femme, people come up to me like it's wild. Like being a behaving and embodying a femme and like going out into the world, how people just think like, oh, you're so worthy of my attention. So again, I want to be candid that like I'm very aware that like there's a bias between me performing gender as a femme and me performing gender as more mask of center. But even saying that, it's like, sweetie, I'm wearing a hoodie and some motherfucking some sweatpants, you know? It's like, am I really mask of center, or am I just not buying into femininity? Because if you really think about it, there's a way to pay into femininity. There's a way that natural beauty still costs money. Femininity is seen as inorganic and therefore something that is put on, whereas masculinity is seen as deprivation, a lack of. Ooh, that was a bar. Word. You know what, Sonata? I appreciate you for saying what you said, because again, I do want this to be a safer space for folks to ask questions. And I really don't want anybody to feel like they got to get put out of this space because they're asking the wrong questions. But I do want to implore folks to stay curious, because you may have a perspective that we need to hear, so that when we hear it again, we know what to say. I really want folks to think like that. Sometimes the transphobe is really well meaning and really doesn't mean to hurt you, and you can still be hurt. But some of us do have the capacity to hold it, and if you don't, I just want folks to know that we can, again, we can take breaks here. It's okay to take breaks. It's okay to take breaks and come back. But I do think that this combo is worthy, because I don't feel like Black Sheep is getting disrespectful. I am behind in chat. If I find that to no longer be the case, we can definitely, shift them into a 24-hour timeout. But I really feel like I want to start using that as a way to like let people know there's no hate, there's no drama, but you do need to kind of get out the space so that you can go and educate yourself some more, because people are done doing labor for you. Okay. Also, people said that we should move on in the poll. So I feel like we kind of naturally did, talking about God. All right. Someone said how old was I when my parents split up? My parents were never together. My mom is an Aquarius, my dad is a Gemini. Y'all do the motherfucking math. How long you think Aqua and Gemini was together after they don't fuck? Listen, best answer gets a prize, okay? Best answer gets a prize on that one. Um, okay, memoir. That's exciting, Aleo. Thank you for sharing. You said, Aleo, you detransitioned. That's exciting. Okay, the black sheep, not Aleo talking about their detransitioning and you saying that they were confused and now they understand. That's not helpful. Listen, I also detransitioned. I changed my name to Trent. I changed my name to Quincy. I thought I was more masculine of center, and I stopped dressing more masculine of center and like putting fucking facial hair on my face. That I wasn't fucking confused then. Like I literally just thought like maybe this is like a life that I would like to live. Maybe this is how I want to present to the world. Unfortunately, I learned what a lot of trans men are learning. It's lonely being a trans man. It's lonely being a man. Masculinity is lonely. Um, and I think even in my desire to be mask of center, I still remember my girlhood. I still remember being a femme. I still remember how it feels to be a femme in the bathroom and like make friends like that maybe you'll never see again, but y'all were close when y'all were in that bathroom, and just the ways that like when you're a part of an oppressed group, like it don't really matter where the fuck you are, like that's my family and fuck you. So I just think that like as much as I appreciate masculine aesthetic from time to time, as much as I call myself a man, I'm still a girl's girl. And I know some people are not gonna hear me on that one, but I feel like I never want to be a dusty dude. So I feel like that's my energy. Um, yeah. So Nada, that's what's weird as hell. Yeah, I don't understand having a baby that don't have the same hair as you, and then being like, yeah, we just gonna let the baby figure it out, like, girl, and like then people be wondering why some kids be looking all crazy at school and shit is because they don't know what to do and ain't nobody about to teach them, and it's narcissistic in retrospect, because it's like, wouldn't you want your child to have the best? Wouldn't you want your child to know themselves? I just think about how my mom must be very disconnected from herself, because why would you want your children to be disconnected from themselves? I just can't imagine wanting that for my child. So I can't imagine how she truly feels inside to ever have let that be the case. But again, I don't think that my mom and dad ever had a real relationship. And I think that, unfortunately, I think that she fucked him again, which is crazy as hell. Like, I just feel like the way that me and my brother are a year and 6 months apart, it's like, girl, you fucked him like literally after you healed, girl. Like, you was fucking on him after you healed, girl. Like, I'm sick. And this is why bitches not having kids no more. Because we looking at the timeline of our siblings, of our cousins, of our fucking aunties, of our grandmother, all these damn kids, and like, where the fuck was grandpa? Oh, he was never home. Oh, so you didn't have a life for like 20 years? Okay. No. No. And I'm glad a lot of girls aren't going to be convinced to be wives. That's another thing too. Growing up, I feel like you're taught to to want a boyfriend, or at least we were socialized to want to get a boyfriend, want to be loved, want to find love so quickly. I know so many girls in high school who just was like, I'm getting married, and it's like we're 17. And I felt bad for feeling like that was kind of crazy. Like I remember feeling bad that I was hating on young love. I'm like, y'all are both 17. And I'm over here gaslighting myself. Like that's probably a good idea. Ooh, a spaghetti dinner with Texas toast. People aren't God. Hell isn't a place to me. I'm no evangelist though. Believe what you feel. Church is a business. Hell isn't an actual place. this is what happens when you aren't taught the Bible correctly, when you are taught religion and not how to have a relationship with God. See, and that's the thing. I feel like I approach religion as as a scientist, as an anthropologist, as as a humanist. Like I approach religion from a perspective of like, does this unite us? Does this make us happier? Does this enrich our lives? Does this connect us to the earth in a way that is sustainable? And I have to say that church, in my humblest opinion, disconnects us from not only our bodies, our minds, our communities, our sexual pleasures, our community, because church is quite exclusive. Not everyone can go to church. And I feel like you realize that when you're in church and someone from outside of the church comes in, like a houseless person. I feel like people know who's not in the church, and who's not really there and who is there. And just again, the ways that church is a social, it's a social space, you know. It's the third space that never closed during the pandemic. It's the place that, you know, people felt like they could turn to in the end of times. And again, I truly believe church has a function. I will never say that I don't believe church has a point, but I don't know that the church has been historically kind, especially to non-white people. I truly believe the church was a way for white people to utilize the good feels that come from connectedness and like ritual. Like I think about how, you know, just being together with people and singing is something that indigenous people did as an act of love and community care and direct action, like as a way to unite, as a way to connect. Like song was technology, music is technology. um the tones, like I don't know if everyone's aware of this, but there are certain tones that can affect your heart and make you feel like you are being loved. There are ways that we can speak that make people feel loved, right? There are ways we can sing, we can use our voices to make people feel that feeling of pure connectedness, pure release. And again, that is something that the colonizer is aware of. The colonizer seen the indigenous people singing and was like, all right, why you think music's so fucking powerful? Why you think songs get stuck in your head for so damn long? That shit is powerful. Music is spell work. Music is a lot of things. It's not just technology. It's not just a uniting force. It's also language. But moving on, what I'm trying to offer is that the ways that we're... Damn, I'm on 10%. Damn! Dang! I gotta plug in, bitch. I gotta plug in because with my ADHD set up, if I don't plug y'all in now, we gonna die in 5 motherfucking minutes, bitch. And yes, I got my booty on this motherfucking chair. And yes, I need to put on the fucking air, bitch, because my booty was sticking. Where's the motherfucking, where the fucking... All right, cool. And we're gonna switch locations because Lost of Keys, bitch, I'm about to sloppily eat this fucking burrito in your face. Um, but off cam though, cause you know what I mean. I can't be giving no freebies. You know the motherfuckers be lurking on me. Let me stop. Well, let me stop. But yeah, I'm also behind in the chat, as some of y'all may or may not know. But it's for a good reason. We talking about Skyfather. But yeah, let me go get my shit. BRB. I'm back. All right. My parents were not even friends with benefits. I do not even think they were even homies. I think they just have fucked on each other. And I think... Oh, hold on. Because the girl... Cause not a girl thing. Okay. I think that my mom and dad were just fucking. I think they were having a good shit time. But I also think that my mom was trying to baby trap lowest of keys. Cause it's like how you have two kids in under 2 years. Like that don't even add up like that. Like that don't even add up all the way to Miss Tammy. Like I just really think that she was like, you know what, I already got his daughter. And I think after she had his son, I think she knew what it was. I think like I also think my mom was like 25. I think lowest of keys. I mean, there's so much love to any single moms here. I think sometimes y'all be knowing like, okay, well, I know I want another one, and I know I want them to have the same dad, and so yeah, I'm gonna fuck him one more time. I don't really like his ass, but I want to make sure my babies match. I feel you. I really feel like that's what it was. I'm not trying to play nobody who are who got two kids by one man. I'm really not trying to play you, but I really feel like sometimes y'all be knowing y'all just want to have the same baby father, but you want another baby. And you don't like that man. And I really feel like my mom didn't like him. But I think I told y'all before my mom is a white passing who loves black men. Excuse me, black dick. And so therefore, I don't think that it mattered. I really don't think that it mattered. That my dad wasn't a good dude. I think that she was like, I'm gonna just have my kids. But at the same time, I knew my aunties, I knew my grandpa. So there's a part of me that feels like maybe they weren't like dating. Maybe they knew each other around the way. I just feel like there was a vibe. And then I think, my dad's a narc and my mom's a narc. And I just don't think that they're narcs connected. Not you thought up, you made up the Trent Quincy era. I'm crying. Aquarius raised by two Scorpios? That's fascinating. The alienation from women was so painful for you. Aleo, I thank you for sharing that. Because again, like dressing more masculine of center, like I feel like that's the thing. I feel like I don't go out of my way to dress more masculine, but I feel like because of my mannerisms and because some of my clothes are just kind of like in the middle, in that like I can make them look more femme and I can make them look more mask. Like that's what I like to do. I like to just pop out looking kind of like a dude and then looking more femme. It's fun to me because I like that people don't really know what I'm gonna look like, but I also don't think about it so consciously all the time. Like sometimes, like today, I just want to look kind of bummy, and I felt like I looked like like I don't know. I just look like this is gonna sound how it sound, but I look like when Marlon and Sean were in White Chicks and they was pretending to be them two Latino dudes. Like I really feel like I was like I really feel like I was like, bitch, I was in a motherfucking like a gray tank top. Like just, my titties was sitting in it too, looking all good. And I just feel like the way my body is built too, because my titties are so small for a fat bitch, like some people are like, is that a man? They really can't tell. And so I kind of live for that. I kind of live for people not knowing. I kind of live for people knowing that they're attracted to me. And that's that. I live for that. But at the same time, like I'm not doing anything, and I feel like that's the other part of this is like I'm not really going out my way. Like I feel like a lot of people have comfy clothes that are not like super femme, but with that being said, like even when I'm dressed super femme, like people might still think I'm a fucking trans woman. And this is not me trying to disparage trans women or be acting like I care that much about someone misgendering me. It's more for me the fact that I'm not a trans woman and that we live in a world that like only knows that if I look how I look and I'm wearing what I'm wearing, that I can't be a cis woman, that I must be something else. And instead of just thinking that I'm just a person having an experience, I gotta be a whole, confused person who don't know shit. And it's just like, but what if we know exactly who we are? What then? You know? Like that's where I'm at. Like, what if we know exactly what we are, that we're not this? Then what? You know what? I think that the church helps people turn away from God because it's like I feel like I had some good times in the church, and I also had some weird times in the church. But I also think ultimately it's the people in the church or who have a relationship with God that turn me off, like low key. And I feel like I'm not trying to give y'all too much because I think that God has his own ways of communicating through His book that has me like I'm good on you too. But I just feel like it's kind of like Beyonce. Some people don't like Beyonce because they don't like her supporters. And I feel like that is a very fascinating take. But I do think that it does speak to perhaps the ways that like people can be delusional in the name of loving something to the point where other people can kind of see the holes in it and how it's maybe not mediocre, but how it's not giving what they're saying it's giving. And again, it's hard to grow up in the church and leave it. And so that's all I'm gonna offer is that, I didn't get here easy, bitch. I just want to put that out there right now. I didn't get to, I don't think God exists, and this is a psychological operation easily. I need you to know. I had a lot of moments where I thought I was losing my motherfucking mind. I thought I was going crazy. And I'm not trying to be ableist. I really thought like I was so manipulated by Christianity that I really thought even questioning the existence was blaspheme, bitch. My God. It's such a cyclical thing, and I think that that's why I don't fuck with it, because there's no other religion that I've ever like looked into, and again, I haven't looked into all of them, but there's no other ones like this one, at least from where I'm sitting, where it's like you're like you do this, you're going to hell. You do this, you're going to hell, and then just the ways that we already be feeling like we're there. And so it just be feeling kind of reductive to restrain yourself from certain pleasures. Like, sweetie, I'm eating that shellfish. You also think people use church as an excuse? Oh, excuse me. I mean, I feel like I wasn't lining my hairline when I was really young. I just have this kind of hairline. Like I have my dad's hairline. Like that's just how I was made. But I definitely started shaving my sides and shit like that, and I feel like that might have given the illusion that I was like doing something special, but I was just going to the barber. Um, you're very anti-church. It's a very toxic, misogynistic, hateful place, but that would never make me turn my back on relationship with God. I heard you. You think it's so selfish to give ain't shit parents to children just because you want a children. Never once did you think about the child. The amount of times I've been called sir in the drive-through, it's above me at this point. Same for me, big everywhere except the tits. So me dressing masks be confusing folks. Seed to harvest. Hey, we out here. Not to mention the new level of harm that may come from that projection assumption. Exactly. And that's the thing, too, is like us trans people are under attack. People don't want to think about it, but people asking me if I'm a boy or a girl does mean that some people think that I'm worthy of violence. And so some of y'all saw like that trans, excuse me, not trans, see, and that sucks. Because it's like there are people that, and again, I don't want to do too much because I think that there are some people out here who are not trans, but they may seem like siblings to us trans people. And so I just want to just like name that there are times that I see people and I may want to like claim them as my people, but they're not my people. Like there are people that are like I think about like lesbian women who are like more mask of center presenting perhaps, but they're like, bitch, I'm a woman and fuck you for assuming that like my lack of femininity in terms of like high femininity and performance and like capitalism is why I'm not a woman to you. Like I just feel like it's a layered thing. And so I want to be candid that not everyone is trans. Some people are just not performing femininity for you. Or to the standards you may be holding for them. And so I think that that's another thing to say that like I'm never dressing like a masculine person to me really, but I do think that like when I don't bother to like define my waist, when I don't bother to lengthen my hair, when I don't bother to lilt my voice and talk like this, when I don't go out of my way to perform like I am, oh man, it's literally such an acting thing too. It's like even putting on all the clothes, like it's like you put on a persona and like it sucks because again, if you're yourself while you're in the persona, it can really throw people off, which really sucks. Because again, I feel like when I first started doing sex work, I really understood like the fragility of like gender and how if I didn't perform, like I feel like that's the other thing about sex work. Men are paying sex workers for the performance of womanhood that literally must die. Like they're paying for, hey, what are you doing tonight? Like this like faux interest that like they're paying for. Like I don't really care, dude. But again, like men are paying for care and concern from women that are performing in a way that makes them feel safe. Yo, listen, if I'm crying, I love Chrissy so much. I'm glad that she's come back to us, but I know that she's out here doing her thing and I'm proud of her. But no, I feel like I would never want anyone to turn away from God if it's really like working for you. I just think some of us were connected to God through people that like clearly were using it to be narcissistic. But again, I truly do believe the manifestation of Christianity that like we are being taught in the West is unfortunately narcissistic propaganda. And so because of that, I truly believe that we live in a, what up Max? We live in a patriarchy that mirrors that same propaganda. Like I truly believe that the framework for Christianity is the same framework that has us, scared when a man comes home and slams the door. Like there's just this vengeance in masculinity, this like automatic like destruction that like we're always like waiting for. And like I feel the same way about the Bible. Like if you were to read the Bible from beginning to end, it's like, man, it's a lot of floods, man. A lot of fucking smiting. A lot of people getting got, like, and again, all in the name of love. Like again, I just think that when we talk about God, if God was a real person, if this was a real story in terms of like real people happening, I think we would be able to see some psychological situations that like maybe we won't see because again, we're projecting on this person as a perfect being. And so when you project that someone's perfect or that you know their intentions, you can believe that anything they did was supposed to be good for you. And that's why I say what I say. And that's again, that's another reason why I turn on my camera. Because I was supposed to go to church every day and wear a slip and wear tights and shut the fuck up. And I'm supposed to, perform so I can hear women in the world, women subservient to men. Like we really don't really have any icons that were like running shit like genuinely. Like have you ever seen a show where a woman like is like barely there for her family? Like she's focused on her career to the point where like her husband is now the nurturer. Like I just feel like we don't see shit like that because we're not supposed to. And I think about that a lot, how like, we don't see deep dark skinned femmes as like the main character because the world we're living in is actively trying to make deep dark skinned people, especially femmes, think you don't belong in the center. And when we see them in the center, there are so many of us light skinned people who will be weird as fuck, as if we don't have 1,000 other things that are showcasing us. And we'll really focus in on how like, oh well, this person don't really look that accurate to this. And it's like, who cares? They're hiring another deep dark skinned person to play this person. That's great. Because again, I remember what's her name? Damn, I feel so shitty saying what's her name. But again, I feel like this shit was weird. Aretha Franklin wanted Halle Berry to play her in a biopic, and when Jennifer Hudson played her, she was not happy, and it was very bizarre because you know Aretha like again, I'm not gonna say Aretha and J Hud are like the same tone, but Sweetie like, and it was awkward because someone said that like I don't remember this happening, but apparently when Aretha brought up Halle playing her, Halle said that she can't sing and that she doesn't play singers, and this was after she had already played like introducing Dorothy Dandridge, and this other one I can't remember the other singer that she played, but I was crying. She no no she is closer to J Hud. What I'm trying to offer is that like she was like upset, like she was upset about it, and it was awkward because it's like, well, sweetie, you said Halle Berry, so I don't like You just threw something out there too. You know what I mean? Like that's how I was thinking about it. I was like, you just gotta throw something out there. And see, I feel like when you talk about God, like I think you're talking about like some source perhaps in the sky, maybe some source that's surrounding us. I just feel like you're having a way more nuanced conversation. The way Aretha saw herself, she saw Hallie. I mean, she must have. She must have. And see, making the deep dark skin mermaids villains serves what purpose? It's like I'm just trying to pay attention to what I'm watching these days way more because again, I've watched a lot of stuff that really was villainizing deep dark skin people, and I didn't think about it that way. I really didn't. I didn't see it in that way. I just thought this person was the bad person. In retrospect, watching some of these shows or these movies, I'm like, oh damn, this is like very much a fucking formula. And it's to the point where like some movies, I think I was talking about Precious and how I appreciated the movie in some respects, but I think about how that movie for me was, I appreciated it because of the mother wound storyline, but there were a lot of fat, deep, dark skinned women who were just like, bitch, now I'm about to get called precious. And we're just worried about the ways that like in the show it showed people violating her several times. And again, this is not to say that there are no deep dark skinned fat femmes that are being respected, not being bullied, not being treated poorly, but it is to uplift that like when people who are light skinned gets bullied or gets harmed, it's not like the motherfucking crux of the damn show. Like I want to also hold that like I've never seen a movie like Precious that centered a light skinned person. I've never seen a show where the light skinned girl wakes up and her mother is evil, where she goes outside and people hit her with things, where she has to steal food because she's not being fed enough at home because they're too poor. Like I've never seen that movie. If y'all have seen that movie, let me know. But I've never seen a movie with a light skinned lead who was mixed, who was living the life of a Precious, who was literally scraping and surviving. I've never seen it. And again, if it exists, let me know. But there's just this way that there are so many movies that center like a black woman who is deep dark skin going through something fucked up. And again, if she's not going through something fucked up, if something really good is happening to her, baby, it would just be some other bullshit going on. It's just very bizarre. And again, I didn't just see this because I'm just so aware of things. I'm listening to deep dark skinned people and I'm taking what they're saying and I'm looking at the shows that I'm watching. I'm looking at movies I really loved and I'm like, oh wow. Like I never noticed before, but the only dark skinned person in this movie is actually barely speaking. They're actually in the background. They're barely even being acknowledged. And Maya Was World posted this reel about how I can't remember what music video this was, but there were a bunch of light skinned women, and there was one deep dark skinned model who was dancing in this music video, and they just kept cutting her out of the scene. Like they made sure all the light skinned people were dead center in the scene. And Maya brought up how if she wanted to use this as part of her reel, it would look unprofessional because it wouldn't show her really. And she's like, this woman did a job and was in a major music video, and she can't even use this footage for a portfolio because it's like she was there but wasn't there. And just the ways that again, these are things that I don't just be knowing, I don't just be seeing. I'm not like aware. I'm not I'm just listening. And so as I listen, I'm trying to, as I said, apply it to things that I've seen and just the ways that, again, if there is a black woman on my screen, she's usually brown skin. And if she's brown skin, she's not brown skin. She's a lighter brown. Ooh, Alexandria, I appreciate you for saying that. I appreciate that. Cause yeah, no, the Disney villains and even the ways that like the Disney villains are always like ugly. It's just the way that Disney really tries to let us know. ugly people are evil, you guys. And again, there's another layer to that that's also colorist. Like the ways that people see darker skinned people as evil or angry or mean in this way that like when lighter skinned people are mean or evil, people just still hold space for like transformation and shifting. Whereas when a deep dark skinned person is mean or perceived to be mean, because I don't want to say that this person was actually ever mean, but just a perception that this person wasn't kind or rather nice, performing politeness to a stranger. There's all types of ways that people stretch to say someone was mean when they're deep dark skinned when they just didn't really fuck with you like that. That's okay. And the ways people feel entitled to deep dark skinned people to be subservient or just talk to them and give energy as if they're perpetual supply, as if they're existing to be consumed. And again, I say this to say that there's some book recommendations that I posted on my story. There's a person named Shahem or maybe Shaheem. I have never heard them say their name, so excuse me, but I know that their name is spelled 5HAHEM, and they posted about this book called The Delectable Negro, and that book is really amazing, especially for anybody black here who feels like people are energy vampiring on them, and it's just feeling like it's something that people just are expecting. Like people are just expecting you to like hype them up, give them energy, eat off you, literally, figuratively. But here's the thing, Sonata. My thing is this. Whenever we're calling people ugly, I just want us to think about what we're really trying to say. You feel me? Because when I, like, case in point, my roommate Nat, he's ugly to me because of his behavior. But when I look at him and I see that he's built like a cigarette and I notice that his nose looks like redacted, like I can't even go that deep into it, but he just looks sharp as fuck. Like he literally is built like a knife. But here's the thing though, like if someone is a villain, sometimes that's not a problem. The problem is truly that deep dark skinned people continuously perpetually are seen as the villain in the story. Like I can't think of too many stories in like black cinema where the light skinned person was a demon. Listen, I love saying redacted because honestly you fill in the fucking blank for me, buddy. Like I ain't going to jail. You're not getting that clip out of me. Hell no. Cause you've dragged somebody next thing you know you on the big screen, bitch. You in 2K, bitch, with the worst pictures of you ever taken. Listen, I still got some selfies out there where I was abusing some bronzer. So you know what? The bluest eye never gave to me. I just did not like the writing style, and I feel shady about it, but it just didn't give. But I feel like maybe as an audiobook, it might be more grasping. But again, I think that not I think, but from what I've heard and from what I've been noticing, like I've never seen like light skinned people be the villain in a lot of movies to the point where like we can never say as light skinned people that there's an issue with us light skinned people being seen as villains. Like I just have never seen that. Oh wow. You know what? I barely watched Girlfriends. I barely watched it, but if I'm being real with y'all, I feel like I barely watched it because I knew I was Lynn. Like the whole time I was watching it, I was like, damn, I know I'm this bitch. I just feel like, again, when Sex in the City came out, I was like, bitch, I'm definitely Samantha. And then it was boring because let's be real, Samantha wouldn't watch Sex in the City. Like, I feel like that's the thing about Sex in the City. If you're a Samantha, you wouldn't be watching that shit. Like, I feel like that's the gag of it all, bitch. Only Charlotte would be watching it. Like, that's the funniest part about Sex and the City. Only Charlotte's character would actually watch that fucking show. Every other bitch got shit to do. Like, Charlotte, the only one that got time to do that shit. Listen, I did not enjoy Girlfriends like in the ways that I think other people may have. I feel like when I realized that I was Lynn, I left. Not she wanted to be Carrie. I wanted to be Carrie for the fashions. because I thought she could really dress. And low key, bitch, I want to say young Sarah Jessica Parker was in Hocus Pocus, right? She played the dumb witch in Hocus Pocus. I'm gonna be real. When I loved her character the most in Hocus Pocus, I feel like they really played the fat girly when they gave her the vacuum cleaner. I was mad about that. But Bette Midler, listen, I'm definitely Lynn. You still haven't seen Sex in the City? You watched the movie? I'm dead that you watched the movie without seeing it. That feels illegal. I'm gonna be real. I didn't watch the whole thing because it's just not that good of a show. Again, I'm a Samantha, so I feel like as a Samantha, I looked at the show and was like, these bitches is wild. Like again, I just feel like I'm such a Samantha that I was just like, and bitch, and I'm about to just go fuck. I'm about to go live life. But I kind of live for Samantha having like a rich man like that loved the fuck out of her when she was like having cancer and shit. I live for that storyline because I love how it showed that like yeah Samantha was getting her fuck on but still people liked her. You know what I mean? She was likable, but she wasn't worried about having no man forever. Oh, Carrie was like dickmatized on the next level. I feel like Charlotte was Carrie's friend because Charlotte didn't want to fuck up her own life. Like, let's be real. I feel like for someone that's there, Charlotte, do you have a friend that be wildin' and you low key don't even have that much in common, but you be kicking it with her just so that when you go to mass and say your prayers, you're like, I'm so glad I'm not this bitch. Like low key, because I feel like that's who Charlotte was in the show. Charlotte was the girly that in the friend group that really judges all of y'all because she be at home with her man doing what she's supposed to do because she's a wife girl. Again, Charlotte's a wife. The redhead one, what's her name? Because I missed her. I really don't feature her. She's a bitch. Every time I see the one with the red hair and the homosexual boyfriend and the baby that you know she did not want, I'm like, sweetie, I know she's top. Miranda. Rosa, thank you so much. Miranda, oh my God, Miranda. Her storyline is the most tragic because I feel like she's really like the millennial girly. Because I feel like she's the girly, like Loki, not even that. She's the boomer. She's the boomer that didn't want to have a child. And so she don't treat her child the best. And I really feel like that Loki is somebody's real mama. Like somebody knows a mama like that right now. That like your mom was a career woman and she fucked around and had babies with a man that was not about to make sure she was good. And so now she's stressed the fuck out because she can't secure her 401k no more. Exactly. I mean, Charlotte, I just feel like Charlotte was that girl that wanted to be married. And so she dibbled and dabbled. You know what I mean? Because think about it. Some of y'all, and I'm not trying to call nobody out, but some of y'all want to get married, still have kids. And I'm not trying to play you and say your dream not real. I'm just saying, like, you see what it's giving out here. And you saw who Charlotte married in the end, right? In the end, I feel like Charlotte settled big time. But she settled because I personally feel like she knew, like, I could, keep on trying to find somebody that's maybe my equal in certain ways. But, I could also be with this man who looked like Elmer Fudd. And I mean no shade, but people are saying Miranda cautionary tale. I feel like Charlotte too. It's like it's what happens when you really think you gotta really choose a man out here. I really feel like Charlotte could have been good. Like Charlotte came from money. She was actually Gucci. She didn't need to get married. But I feel like if she was gonna get married, financially it made sense. But I feel like if it wouldn't have made financial sense, I don't think she would have got married. I mean, the vibe for me is that like I don't think that Charlotte really cares about much other than herself. Like I really do get a vibe like Arrested Development, Stunted Growth. Like I don't remember seeing her parents or anything, but I know she comes from old money, and so I just don't believe she's ever raised. I think she was tolerated, and I feel like low key as someone who was tolerated as well. I think that like some of us know, and I think that's why some of us don't have kids because I feel like we know that there's a another possibility outside of falling in love with your child and and loving being a parent, that there's the side where you could tolerate your child and treat them like they're just okay enough to be in your life, I guess, but you don't really care for them deeply. And I think that's my story. Like, I really do love children and I would love to be a parent. I would love to be married. These are things I would love, but I feel like I'm gonna settle for being married. I feel like that's, I think, the most I could really do. I feel like committing to one person is, that's a lot to me, but I feel like committing to a child, that seems like way more. And I feel like some people don't think that. It's wild that people think the opposite way. It's wild that people think making a baby easy, but staying with that person harder. Fascinating, isn't it? Bringing a new person into the earth is less crazy than dealing with the motherfucker you already know that's here. Wild to me. I'd rather fall in love with someone multiple times for the rest of our lives than ever like risk that connection to bring a new motherfucker into the earth who could be my op. I'm gonna be real. And I was thinking about how, I will hold that like I was not an easy child. My mother wasn't an easy mother, but I also think about how, you know, you people have kids thinking it's gonna be one way, and I hate that for them. Because some people, the way they talk about their kids, it's like, or the kids that they're going to have, it's like, man, you got all these expectations already. I pray you leave them alone. I pray you don't bring them, I pray you don't bring them earthside, because even in your mind, even in your wildest dreams, you got all this labor and work for them to do just to be worthy of you. And you're the one that needs to prove that you're worthy of them, sweetie. Like, that's how I feel. I feel like that's why I can't be a parent. Because it's like, I don't really feel like I got it. And I wouldn't want to have to tell my child, mommy tired, mommy don't got it. Like, I feel like me and Dane had a convo today, and we were talking about his mom, and he told me straight up, he's like, he's like, I could have been there more for my mom. And I was like, he said he could have been there more as a son. And I was like, son sounds like partner, sounds like husband. Like, it doesn't sound like son. Like, it doesn't sound like she brought you here. It sounds like you owe her something, and you don't. And again, I know that there's some people that think like it's a good thing that there's a man who's taking care of his mama, and I'm not gonna lie, like there's a part of me that's glad to see that even after everything, he's still showing up for her in certain ways. But there's a part of me that thinks about my own situation with my mother and meshing with my brother, and just thinking about how, I think his mom is a vulnerable narcissist, like, and I think she's very good at making it seem like, she needs this or that like right now, and he'll come running and try to support her. And there's just ways that he shows up for her that I'm like, I'm happy that he's doing that in ways. But today when we talked, like, it was just obvious, like, I don't think he sees the relationship as it should be. Mm. See, in Sonata, again, I feel like if my mom was raising me around a bunch of white people who were abusive and was like expecting me to tolerate abusive relationships that she was in, and then like at some point, like, she's just like, you can leave, I'm gonna choose this man. And so I had to go live with my grandparents for a few years, just to at some point ask her if she want to smoke some weed and like try to connect with her through drugs. Like, I think, like, when I think of his story, I mean this again, I feel like I clearly know more than you about what I'm talking about. So I just want to hold that for this moment, that I would never bring something to you that like you could say that to me and I wouldn't be like, "Oh yeah, you're right." Like, I wouldn't set myself up like that. As I said, I'm bringing this up to acknowledge that like there are relationships that some of y'all have with your parents that are not fucking, they're not healthy. But I think that, again, because I made the decision at 13 to call the police on my family because they were so abusive, I knew I could not handle and cope in the situation. I personally believe that I would know when people should really call it quits. I feel like I've had enough experience doing that. And so that's why I say, again, that's why I turn on my camera again, because there's times where like people will really be in abusive relationships with their family and y'all will still be doing shit for these folk. And these folks literally left you to die. They literally killed you in many ways and you're still doing stuff for them. And I know some people will think that I'm meddling in something and that's totally fine. I just think that again, like when your family doesn't treat you good, it's hard to notice. Some of y'all really don't notice that shit. Some of y'all really don't notice. And I've had friendships with people where, I could see like how fucked up their family was. And they just were like, this is how my family treat me. Listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think it's a good thing for the chat to be anti-parent, and this is why. Parents are an authority figure. And I know this is a hard thing to hold because some of y'all are thinking that you're indebted to your parents. Not the case. They work for you. They are your employees. And it's wild that any of y'all think any other way. They literally brought you here. They literally brought you here. And some of them are not offering you healthy dynamics. Some of them literally brought you here and put you in hell. And some of y'all really feel bad about acknowledging that. So again, some of y'all really don't have healthy parents, and it's okay to acknowledge it. I think that if we acknowledge not having healthy parents, some of y'all will get free from them. Some of y'all will turn your back on them. And I feel like, unfortunately, I think some people are afraid of this conversation. And I'm gonna hold space for it because again, it's scary. You think I wasn't scared calling the police on my mama at 13, calling the police to get free? You think I did that shit and I was just like in the best mood? No, it was terrifying. But what was more terrifying is the deaths that I would be witnessing of myself and my brothers. What was more terrifying was how we were property. What was more terrifying was how we were property to be controlled, that we couldn't cry or scream or feel feelings deeply because if we did, our mother would be upset with us. Some of y'all know that you have been told to stop crying. That's abusive. Some of y'all know you have been told to hush all that noise. That's abusive. And I know that some of y'all won't see it that way because it's been so normalized. Some of y'all have heard it from every generation to hush all that noise and don't nobody want to hear all that noise. Baby, that noise is your spirit. That is your spirit crying out. That is your literal soul. And again, some of us will not see it that way because our family still maybe give us some money, maybe, invite us to a fish fry or some shit. Again, I know what it's like to have a family. I know what it's like to not have a family. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's sad sometimes. Like sometimes I really do get really sad because I really do wish I had a family. But I also realize that I get to start this shit from scratch. And so that's where I'm at. And I know some of y'all may not want to hear me because you're still invested in trying to be close with these motherfuckers who's not being close with you. And that's okay. That's your right. I definitely try. Again, I tried to be in a relationship with my mom for so many years, but it just never was a good relationship. And see, that's the thing. Like being an adult after being harmed as a child, I feel like that's another layer to the Sonata. And I feel like you know what, Sonata, I'm glad that you're saying what you're saying because I feel like a lot of these conversations are not had enough. And so some of us think that like we're supposed to just be different now because we're adults. Unfortunately, for some of us, when we were younger, we were not allowed to be children. We were so worried about where our mom was, where our dad was, why nobody was around here or there, why this or that was going on in our household, why this stranger was sleeping at our house, why one of our elders had to move in, like why we had to move in the night. Like there's just so many questions you have as a child when you're in a dysfunctional household. And so unfortunately when you're in that mind space as a child, like when your family has you in chaos and confusion, you don't get to become an adult. Like there are some of us that are still locked into our child self because our family never showed us how to become an adult. They kept us in a child's place. All they knew how to do is judge us, shame us, and attempt to control us as a means of parenting. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all never had nobody ask you how your day was, what your favorite color was. You was just being yelled at to move from this room to the next. You was an animal. Sonata, if you can't relate, then you are absolutely privileged. Like if your family does for you and you feel comfortable to do for them, you're in the minority. a lot of us were tolerated, and it's unfortunate, but I'm glad that you said what you said, because again, I'm never trying to make somebody like think that they're in a different reality. If you genuinely did have parents that showed up for you and love you and support you and don't make you feel like you owe them, then that's dope as fuck. We love to hear that. But I do think that, again, as someone who had to call the police on my family at 13 and liberate my entire family line from the abuse that we were experiencing, I do think that like my perspective is going to be very much like not necessarily anti-parent, but again, when you are a parent, you have authority over another person's life. You are that person's steward. And so some people really think that they are the master of that child who is their slave. I know some of y'all don't know what that's like, but some children were created to be labor. And like some of y'all don't see it, but some of these motherfucking John and Kate plus 8 ass families, these big ass families, bitch, they be having them kids that have labor force, bitch. Them kids is staff. I'm telling y'all, it's some kids that was just born because somebody didn't want to have to do this life alone and wash these dishes alone. Yes, exactly. Glitter flies, I'm sorry to hear. Genuinely. Exactly. And that's the thing too. Like we definitely have different lenses, but what I want to hold is that your parents still are a like children are still a marginalized class. So I want to put that out there right now as an asterisk that even though we have different lenses, this is still the dynamic today. That like when you have a baby, you get to do whatever you want with your baby, especially if you're the primary care parent. And a lot of men are not set up to be primary care parents. And so, unfortunately, a lot of us have mother wounds because our mother was under supported. She did not have a support system that she needed. She had the support system that she had. And unfortunately, when you're a child, if your parents don't believe you deserve respect, which many parents don't, even good parents, even parents who good parents who spend money to like take care of their child financially and may pay for the best schools, best tutors, nannies, after school programs, like might pour in financially, like you can see they're good parents, right? But the feelings that that child has are not being fostered or cared for or nurtured. And so us not being children anymore actually doesn't matter because some of us are still locked into that child state. And that's where I'm coming from. That's what I'm trying to offer to you is that some of us are unable to leave that child state and our inner child is still running the show while we're an adult. And so our inner child is angry. Some of us have anger inside of us that is really our younger self that is like, bitch, I just want to play. I just want to color. I just want to do the things a child should be doing. But I didn't get to do that because I was worried my whole childhood. So, again, I just want y'all to consider that some of us didn't get to be a child. And it's not just about being abused. Some of us had a mama who was so fucking busy at work, she never played with you. Now, in your older age, you don't know that woman very well. She was so overworked that she could never be more, she could never be anything more to you than someone who stocked the fridge and maybe left a voicemail about taking some meat out for dinner. Like that was my experience when my mom was around. She was at work and she would be a voicemail after school telling us what to do. Like she had to parent through a goddamn voicemail because she could not parent presently. Like again, there are moments that I remember my mom trying to be there for me, but she couldn't be. Children of this kind of dysfunction become adultified, parentified kids and later adults with a malnourished inner child. Yes, Seed to Harvest. Exactly. Again, Sonata, I think that you have a lot to learn in this conversation and less to share, but I think that that's a strength to learn, in certain conversations. That sometimes we don't really have anything to share or offer, but our listening may help us in future conversations. Because I'm sure you're going to meet people who have been parentified and adultified by their parents, and now you'll be able to say, I've heard a conversation about this before, and in that conversation, I didn't really know how to respond to people who had gone through that. No, my mom would dead ask me on the voicemail like, y'all need to take out that chicken. And Jovan, that room is looking crazy as fuck. Like she would be, you could just hear her at her factory job, just being like, and when I get home, I'm checking them rooms. So, and don't hide shit under them beds. I'm checking under beds too. And she'd be like, and make sure you took out that chicken, because if you don't, ain't nobody eating shit. Whole voicemail would just be her just threatening motherfuckers of starvation if they didn't take out that meat. Absolutely. I appreciate you. I appreciate y'all for just being here with me. Again, like low key, I feel like I have so much more bandwidth right now because I have been taking my plant medicine. I didn't have mushrooms for like probably like the last like couple months. Not for any real reason. I just like literally was broke as fuck. I was trying to get back on my orders and nobody had any mushrooms ordered at the time. And so I finally got back on my shit and started like creating again. I made some mushroom honey. And honestly, one thing I forgot is when you open up the blender too early, after you crush all the mushroom, all the dust goes into your face and you just automatically feel happy as fuck. It's just wild, like how just a little bit of the dust in your nose, like you don't even have to eat it. Like just if you sniff it, it's whoop. I don't think you've lived in a bubble, Sonata. I feel like that's the thing about being privileged is like sometimes you really don't know what you don't know. And again, I'm not trying to make it seem like you should have known this. Like you really shouldn't have. I'm glad, sweetie, I'm glad they kept you from this. Like I hope you know that I'm glad you don't know shit about that. Like please no. Please no, the girlies that know what this life is like, we would never want you to experience this. This shit is fucking disorienting. And again, having to understand that this is what you've gone through takes a long time because no one's just talking about this. It's a very taboo subject because we're all supposed to be adults now, as you said. But some of us really are like I'll say this. I watched this video recently that was talking about, when you start to connect with your inner child, you may start to feel like you don't give a fuck about your responsibilities. And I had to really sit with, like, that's where I'm really at. Like, I'm finally, like, listening to the little inner honeybee and actually checking in with this bitch and, like, talking to her and, like, being with her. And just being in that space has, like, really had me just gone. And I know some people really are just over my energy. Like I know some people really can't fuck with me right now because again, I know I'm not in my like right state of mind. Like I'm not trying to be ableist, but I feel like I really am in my inner child space. And I think that it's fun. Like it's really fun, but it's also scary because I'm noticing like skill regression. Like as I connect with my inner child, I'm noticing that I can't do all the adult shit I used to do. I'm noticing myself regress in age and feel like I need to like teach myself shit all over again. And I'm grateful for the medicine work that I've been doing because it is reminding me that like, when I get older, I'm gonna have to do this again. Like, that like life is a series of unlearning and learning. And like that's how I've been trying to like remind myself that, some people lose a skill and it's way more traumatic. Like some people lose a limb and they must regroup and figure it out. And so I'm getting an opportunity, is how I'm trying to frame it. I'm getting an opportunity to relearn myself and to become the adult that I want to be. Because again, I feel like I thought I was behaving the way an adult would behave. I thought I was behaving the way I wanted to behave for a long time, but I was just performing like how I saw other adults perform. I wasn't really being myself. And so now I'm actually trying to figure out who am I? And that is a hard thing to do. When you really are in survival mode, you're going through poverty, you're dealing with fucking wayward ass white people around you. Like, there's a lot of things that kept me from fucking figuring out who I am, and I feel like I'm still figuring that out. I think a lot of things about myself, but in this moment, I think what's most important for me to uplift is that when your parents don't take care of you as a child, which some of us can understand, it's up to you to take care of that inner child at some point. And so I've said this before, like some of us have to be our own mother and grandmother. Like some of us really have to be the one that shows ourselves how to behave and how to be and how to treat ourselves and how to treat others. And that's a big fucking task. Like some of us literally were birthed into this world and told to figure it the fuck out. And I think that some of y'all don't understand what that's like. And again, I'm so grateful to know that some of y'all were actually brought earthside and stewarded into yourself. But some of us really had to figure out that we actually weren't the way that we might have thought we were. that maybe somebody had lied on us, that maybe someone had told us that we were bad or not worthy by their behavior, and maybe we believed it, and maybe now we have to spend the rest of our lives unlearning that fucking lie. And so that's what I'm trying to offer is like some of us had family who had been harmed too. And so all they knew how to do was stab us. All they knew how to do was punch us. Like some people don't know how to use their communication, don't know how to have conflict resolution. And so with two emotionally stunted parents, you're not going to get a child that knows how to become an adult. The adults around me didn't know either. So I think that again, you really can't get passed on the jewels from the family if there's none. And so I think my family really just is a bunch of narcs. And again, I know some people don't want to fucking think about how much narcissism is just out here, but it is. And some of us know that. Some of us are actively being harmed by our narc family. And we know that that's what's out here. You know, some of us know that what's out here is our narc family, other narcs, other people with just, again, judgmental and anti love energy. And, you know, I think that a lot of us are maybe trying to operate out of protection and just make sure that we never get got again. And so I know some people be frustrated with me trying to keep my heart open and be loving people and shit, even though I've been harmed mad times. But I just feel like, babes, I think that I think we're always going to get harmed. I think that that's the unfortunate thing. I think we're always going to get harmed. We just have to find people that are worthy of being harmed with, and also are people that are, working on their conflict resolution skills. Because I saw this video about how we be trying to figure out people love languages, but bitch, how you be fighting? How do you fight? How do you resolve conflict? What is your what is your limit? What is your um what are the parameters? What is the boundaries of our conflict? And I was like, damn, that is a great question to ask. Like I feel like the next time I meet somebody and I really want to connect with them, I'm gonna be like, how do you resolve conflict? Because again, that's a conversation I be having with people way the fuck after I'm fucking with them. And if I would have talked to you from the beginning, you would have had to reveal if you was really out here. Like if you was really out here like, doing that work. Cause I'm still trying to figure out how to listen to hear and not respond. I'm still trying to figure out how to resolve conflict. And it's not something that I'm the best at, but I'm definitely trying to work on that. But there's a lot of people that I would never ask, how do you resolve conflict? Or people I have never asked or thought to ask. And if I would have asked that question, who knows where we would be today? I don't know. Sonata, I hear you. I feel like my thing is at this point, I think it's more one of those things where, if me and you were, at a donut shop, right? And we were 98 and 99th in line, and there was somebody behind me and you that was number 100, and they only had 99 donuts. Me and you don't know shit about not getting a donut. That's what I'm trying to offer. You feel me? If me and you got donuts, we can't really talk about not getting a donut. And so we shouldn't try to speak for or act like we know if we don't know shit about not getting a donut. And that's all I'm trying to offer. I feel like that's a great way to talk about privilege. There's a person named I hate that I'm blanking on their name. Um I want to say their name on the internet is Unlearning Colorism. They're a brown skinned person with like an afro. Again, I'm sad that I'm blanking on their name because they've absolutely created a lot of great content, but that was their way of explaining privilege to people and trying to offer that, like, when we're talking about privilege, we're not talking about the bitches that got donuts. We should be focused on the bitches that didn't get the donuts. And I'm like, okay. So it's like when we're talking about people when we're talking about people who just didn't have that family connection to be able to love their family in a particular way. Because I feel like this convo started off with me basically saying, or not started off, but I feel like it kind of went left when I was talking about how Dane shows up for his mom, even though she was abusive, even though she's still abusive, even though she's done so much harm. And Sonata was basically saying, well, like, you don't have a family, so like, you don't understand what it's like to have parents that you want to do stuff for. And my thought process is, well, he's not doing stuff for her because he wants to. He feels bad that she doesn't have any man in her life that loves her properly, which is not his fault and not anything he needs to make up for. And so I want to be candid that I think that what I'm more upset about is the fact that she's trying to that she's enmeshed with him and he's still not there yet to see it, but he will be soon. Like, I feel like the more that he listens to certain content, the more I see him connecting dots and realizing things. Like, we had a moment the other day where he was realizing his mother is socialized as white, that she can be brown all day, but she's socialized as Caucasian, and that is why she prefers Caucasian company. She's most comfortable with white people because she operates as a white person. There are people who are dark white, absolutely. And again, realizing that as a mixed person, that like there's some mixed people that are like, oh, I'm gonna just be white. I didn't know we could choose that. But just realizing that that's actually a thing that's happening. And that, again, this is intelligence that nobody is gonna just tell you. This is some shit that you learn from observing behavior. Um, What is your emotional combat style? Yes. We're all socializing. All socializing is a risk. We have to decide if people are worth the work that all relationships require. True. I think people should learn how to argue with love. Like, I might be mad at you, but I should still be mindful that this is someone I love. True. We know they didn't get a donut, but we don't know what the donut meant to them and all the ways not getting one impacted that person. Exactly, Nima. Thank you for saying that. Oh, Sonata, you saying we may not be the person who harmed us, but we're responsible for fixing what's broken. Again, and I feel like that's the thing. I think a lot of us are angry still. And I think that before I was ever trying to fix what was broken, I was just very angry and lashing out. And I think that there should be more grace for those of us who, we just didn't get what we needed to get from our family. And like some of us really are feral as fuck. Like some of us are stray dog people. And I hate to say that, but some of us just weren't taught how to be. And like when we tried to be, it was just very obvious that I don't know. It was just very obvious that when we were taught how to be, it was by someone who like hated themselves. Um, um, mm, Word. Word. No, see, that's the thing. It's not that I don't understand, and I feel like it's not a you saying I might not understand people want to do for their family. I never said that. I said I don't know why Dane is still, well, I didn't even say I don't know. I said Dane is still like treating his abusive mother, his neglectful mother, very kindly after she has abused him. And that does disturb me because it does bother me how he talks about her because I feel like he's trying to be like, it's cool. And it's not. And like I can tell as like his partner that like he not good and like him still being in contact with her in certain ways, it is, it's not healthy for him. But again, I think that when you get close with someone and you can see the scars that other people can't, I think it's harder. Because again, I think that like his energy is very much like, oh, she didn't have all her needs met. Like he's really still trying to make excuses for her behavior. And I think again, because I've like totally seen my mom for like how yeah, my mom didn't get her needs met. True. But that didn't entitle her to harm me. I didn't need to be a casualty because she didn't take care of herself or she didn't do that work. And I think that's a thing that's so frustrating for some of us. Is some of us are having to do the work that our mama didn't do. And she's still not doing it. And I see that shit in his mom. Like I asked her the other day what her plans were, and she's like, I'm gonna fix my house. Her house is low key condemned. Like she really needs to move. But she don't want to. She don't want to give up this white man. I feel like that's the other thing too. I didn't really give you all her tea. But the mama done became a caretaker to a white man who is a demon, a demonic figure. And it's a demonic figure who steals Dame food and just be acting like, I'll beat your ass if you say anything about it. And meanwhile, Dame paying to live there, and the other two people that live there are on disability, and he not even living there no more. Like, we about to move out, so I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. I asked the mama, I was like, what's your plan, lady? And she's like, bitch, I'm about to fix my house. And I'm like, what house? Like, that house, it really, they need to really sell the property so they can get something out of it. Because there's no way. I feel like when somebody see that house for real, I feel like the property value about to go down bad, bitch. She should sell it so bad. Look, bitch, I don't know about selling shit, but I'm just saying no. I'm just from what I seen in the past, just from some movies I watched. I'm like, girl, I don't know if it's gonna be worth what you think if you keep on holding on to it. But again, I just feel like she's really in a delusional state where she like, again, I've seen a lot of shit in my life, so you may or may not agree with my take on this, but it seems as if she has connected herself to this white man that she's caretaking with so hard that she believes that like she's going to be just able to like ride this white man to the end. And there's a part of me that's like, it's been working. But there's a part of me also that feels like, again, it's a disability scam, right? I know some of y'all don't know about this, but some older people will say that they're the caretaker for somebody, but they're really not. They're really just letting that person live in their house. And so they're just collecting money. I feel like that's what's happening slightly, but at the same time, the energy very much is like, this is my meal ticket. And so I feel like that's why I really don't like her, because she's really just on some, this is the best I could do. Meanwhile, the mama Sagittarius, she a bad bitch. But I really think that like trauma, low self-worth, like I really don't, I think that she's been around white people so much that it really got her thinking that she's just not worthy. Like again, I've been doing a lot of healing, so I'm realizing that some people be putting themselves in situations that confirm how they really feel about themselves, and it just feels like she really feels most comfortable being subservient to a white man. I really don't have a family, but it's okay. But I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is like when you said that, like because I'm not close with my family, I don't understand people wanting to do for their family. I would understand him doing for his family if they was a good family. Like I feel like that's my frustration in this moment. Is like I've seen his family be shitty. I've heard about situations that didn't make sense. And so I feel like I think I just have a stronger sense of justice around violence in the home when it comes to children because I have stakes in it. Like the stakes are high for me because I've actually like, you know what I mean? Like I press charges on my own mama. So, I think that some of us don't really have again that range. Like some of y'all had a neighbor call or your teacher call. Nobody was calling anybody for me and my brothers. We were supposed to get beat until we just disappeared in some way. Again, I don't think that some of y'all understand what it's like to be tolerated, to be brought into this earth to be nothing but tolerated. Again, I am so grateful that people don't understand. But yes, if your mom or dad don't treat you good and I find out that you giving them money and shit, I'ma think that's crazy. I don't care. I don't care if you feel ashamed. That's okay. Like sit with that shame. Sit with it. Cause you wouldn't feel shamed if you didn't realize how fucking wild that was too. Cause that's why I think motherfuckers be feeling ashamed. Cause they're like, damn. Yeah, I guess you right. My mom and dad didn't really do shit for me. Like that's why I'm mad. I'm mad because they didn't do shit for you. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad because you still got a good heart at the end of everything. I'm mad because you still give a fuck about them and why? Oh, listen, I'm behind on the live. You're good. And you never said you should. Okay. Word. Nima, talk about that. And like that's the thing. What we won't talk about though, what we won't talk about is how some of our mothers were shaming us for being dirty, nasty bitches and calling us names and making us feel bad about our hygiene that she did not teach us already. Or maybe it didn't take. Or maybe we needed another like intro, but between me and you, when I think about my mom teaching me how to wash my body, I think about how late it was, like how late it was. I think about how I would be in the. I remember being in the tub with her or in the shower. Not a lot, obviously, but like there were definitely two or three times where she was trying to like give me a tutorial like in the shower with her, and I was just like, girl, this is weird as fuck. And again, I just feel like the way I was neglected and my mom tried to circle back and figure it out, and it's like, girl, I'm too old for you to teach me how to wash my pussy at this point. Like, it was just like I just feel weird being in the shower with you, and I just feel like, again, I think that some of us have to go backwards on what happened to us to realize, oh shit, we didn't get that lesson. Oh shit. And I think that's why I'm so affected by seeing children getting loved in this day and age today. Because I'm like, damn, I bet your mama gonna teach you how to wash your ass. I bet your mama gonna love you and like actually give a fuck about what the fuck is going on with you and ask you how your day is and shit. Again, I'm glad that some of y'all can't even fathom that. I'm glad. I'm glad because some of us grow up thinking, "Damn, this is what life is like to be a kid. This is what life is like to be alive. Fuck, be a kid." Some of us, like, I think that's what some people don't realize. Some kids grow up and they think, "Oh, this is what life is," and then they wonder why motherfucking kids be on some motherfucking uh, self deletion shit. Like, some kids really do see like this earth is not giving, so why would they keep on giving their life to it? That's all I'm trying to say. Word. Hey, Glitter. I love you. Exactly. Glitter flies. Talk about it. Again, I feel like if your parents treated you good, then you have a different experience. That's all I'm trying to offer. Is that like your experience? Like, I feel like you can't fathom this shit. Like, that's where I'm at. But I could totally understand why somebody would cut their family off and wouldn't give them a dollar. And again, I know. Some people cannot relate, and so they're going to be like, no, I would still do this for my mom. Again, I was still giving my mama money and she treated me like pure shit, and like I look back at that and I'm like, bro, I could have saved so much money, but I was people pleasing. I was still trying to get her to like me, not realizing that she didn't want to like me. If she wanted to like me, she had mad years. Nima, I love you so much, and I appreciate you for just breaking silence for real. Because again, being with men who like are aware that like you did not get your needs met in certain ways is hard. I've had to tell men certain things about my life or certain things about my finances. Like my best friend is who helped me open up a fucking bank account. My mom literally had the option to drive me to college and told me she couldn't do it because she had out of state tags that were expired and she didn't want to go to jail. She was willing to let me miss out on the opportunity of a lifetime because she didn't want to drive on the highway safely for an hour. And I'm not saying that she had to put herself at risk, but she wasn't willing to call nobody to ask for a favor. Like my dad literally stood me up on driving me to college. Keep in mind, my dad was a deadbeat. I asked him for one thing my whole life. I said, "Will you drive me to college?" That's all I wanted. This motherfucker really played me, and then my mom tried to play like I was being an evil ass bitch because I was hurt. Like she really refused to help me process that pain and was like, "Fuck you," and literally kicked me out of her house. The day I was supposed to go to college, I'm 17 years old, and she literally got me sitting outside on the porch, calling my best friend. And my best friend's like, "Bitch, fuck it." My best friend happened to be home because she was like a year older than me in college. She happened to be home for summer break. She was like, "Bitch, I'm driving you tonight. Let's go." And so it's moments like that that stand out to me that like my parents had opportunities to show up for me like many times, and they just sat there and just was like suffer. So again, I feel like I've seen in some of Dane's stories how his mom just sat there and was like, "You can suffer. You could suffer a little more. And I just feel like the way he talks about her, I could tell he never wants her to suffer. He never wants her to go through anything. And it's just like, damn. Ooh, and I could tell my family wishes that was me. I could tell. Oh, Kat, you're sweet. Thank you. Listen, the lives are y'all. Like, let's hold this. I share stuff, sure, but y'all be in the comments holding it down. I appreciate y'all for just being here and just being super candid and being loving and just holding space for people. I know people have come through tonight and said some things that were, at times a little off-putting, at times seem kind of harsh, but at the same time, I think that there's no way for us to like go through to be in community with each other and not at times feel triggered, not at times feel a little disturbed and discomfort. And I think that we're moving through it pretty well. But if folks want to give feedback, please reach out to me in DM. Because again, there was feedback about the last live where people, excuse me, where one of the mods told me that they felt like the conversation was getting a little, it was getting a little propagandized in ways because they felt like they had seen a lot of confirmation that there was Black and Palestine solidarity. And I don't disagree that there are some Black and Palestinian folks in solidarity. I don't disagree. But I think, unfortunately, as a non Black person, I'm just going to hold what I'm hearing with a grain of salt because when I listen to Black folks talk candidly, I do hear some Black folks being candid about how they've been attacked. They've been attacked for not activism actum for not being the right kind of activist or not doing the right kind of activist work. And so again, I don't want to be weighing in too much, but I do want to offer that like that conversation did get some like feedback that I wanted to bring up only because I know I need to do more research and I did appreciate the person pushing back on the convo. Because again, this person usually does push back in a way that always makes me think. But in this instance, I do think that unfortunately we are in such a weird time that, you know, I think that some people are not going to appreciate every Black person's take on a situation. And I think unfortunately, I think that while the take is valid to be having, I do think that unfortunately we do live in the core of the imperialist center. And so I know that it's hard to see that. I think that that's the thing that like even though like, anti-blackness is par for the course literally globally, that there is still a space of privilege within that in the context of like the global anti-blackness that like Black Americans have some semblance of like uh eyes on them, ears on them, like just the idea perhaps of that being what's being played out in the world stage, that there are some Black folks that have more privilege and those are the folks that are like upset seemingly at Palestine. But I think if we listen deeper, I think what we can hear is that there are Black folks that are tired of muling, that there are Black folks that are tired of like feeling like they have to be the attack dogs of the world. They're not top flight security and they're actually quite tired. And also, there are people that are engaging with Black folks in bad faith and are making it seem as if Black folks don't care about Palestinians when I think what's really being said is that Black folks are wanting to be supported. And I think, again, I asked in the last live, what does it look like for Black folks to make a request? Because again, I rarely see Black folks making requests. And so for there to be a collective request for folks to leave them alone, because that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of Black folks being like, please leave us alone. Like, don't ask us for support. And it's fascinating because, again, I feel like I'll still see many Black, mostly women, being the support arm of a lot of movements. So, with that being said, like I think two things can be true. I think that people can feel like they're being locked into a position of sufferer, rescuer, and persecute while also being persecuted. Like how you gotta rescue people and suffer all while being persecuted at the same time. It's a lot. That's a manipulation triangle. Again, I learned that shit off TikTok today, bitch, or on Instagram Reels, and I'm just grateful for the content. But yeah, it's a lot of layers to this. But Cat Mole, thank you for being here. It's not until you see a healthy dynamic that you understand what you were missing. Alexandria, thank you for saying that because I think that that's another thing that like maybe when Sonata like sees toxic abusive relationships, they're not hitting the same way that they hit for you and I who may be in those toxic abusive relationships. And then also when we talk from that perspective, they may not see like the depth of like pain that we had to go through to perhaps get there. And again, Sonata, I'm not trying to make it seem like you don't see people being abused or harmed, sure. But I feel like just in the same way that I'll really never know what it's like to experience colorism, that I can listen all fucking day. I'll never really understand what that's like. No matter how much I listen, no matter how many analogies a deep dark skinned person gives me, I'm still not going to get it. So, and I don't want to ever make a deep dark skinned person feel like that's their job for me to get it. That's not their job. Their job isn't for me to be understanding colorism. That's impossible. Like there's no job for that person to have because they've already been oppressed. Their job is to motherfucking try to stay safe and be supported in that safety. And so that's what I'm trying to offer is that like in this conversation, some of us are talking from an experience of pain. And I think that if you really sit with what's being said, you may hold that like, you know what, just like you got the donut, you don't get to go back in line and talk about how, yeah, I got that donut, but I'm hungry again. You know what I mean? It's like we're still not going to have the same combo because we didn't get the donut. So I think that that's the thing. A lot of us are in this conversation starving, and you've eaten and well, and you've lived to tell the tale of how well you've eaten. I just want you to consider that like some of us are starving and we are hoping to find a meal with people that really do see us and care for us, and you've gotten that meal. And that's why we're just like, hold on now, ma'am. And I think that's the disconnect in the convo. Is like some of us really are still starving and we're learning how to get the food ourselves. And you're like, oh, well, Dane is giving food to his mom because he want to. No, he's not. No, he's not. He giving that food to her because I think he's afraid if he don't give it to her, what she'll do. Like I just feel like there's this chill vibe that they got. And I know it's a lot of abuse unfolding. And it's just the way that when you've been in abusive relationships, you can feel how thin the air really is. Like how motherfuckers is really on 10,000, but they're performing like they're on zero. Nima, Nima, you're really breaking silence here. And I just appreciate you again for just saying what you said because again, you being abused in that housing situation and nobody ever asking, is your mom harming you? Is your mother like treating you well? Like there were so many moments where I could have been violent, but I just knew like it's not gonna end well for me. Like I never knew how to fight, but it's just like I just knew instinctively like let me tap into my physical rage and then I'm in jail or some shit. Like they were always telling me I could go to jail. Um but that's the thing, like his mother is not shit in the way that my mom's mom is not shit either. Both of our moms are digmatized and have put men above their kids. And to this day, he thinks that he could have done more to make her be a better mom. Like he said shit like that. He said things that kind of alluded to how he could have been better and how, he didn't have to do this or that thing. And it's like, bitch, you were dysregulated. Like you didn't get loved. Like he blames himself for their relationship, and he thinks that because they smoke weed every now and then that they're in a better place. Again, all I'm trying to offer is that like he's realizing that like he was never supposed to be doing stuff for his mom. And again, I know some of y'all will not really hold space for that. Like some of y'all will really not hold that. That like your mom brought you here. She's supposed to do for you. I understand that at some point you may get to an age where you can do for her. That's great. Some people though were never poured into enough to ever get to that point where they think that makes sense. I do think that there's levels to ain't shitness. I do think though her ain't shitness. I think that he's still not seeing it all the way. Again, if my mom was still in my life, I probably would talk about her differently. And I think that's a way that like you may not see it, like your parents or you, like I know you said one of your, I think you said your father passed. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for sharing that with us, though. Like, thank you for just being candid about where you're coming from. But what I'm trying to offer is that again, I think that when you get to eat the donut, I think that that's the thing. When you have the privilege, sometimes you just gotta sit there and listen to the people complain who just didn't get their donut. Like that's part of being privileged is like holding that the person complaining about not getting the donut, they don't want your donut. I feel like that's what we should also be holding is that just because people are complaining about not getting their needs met, they're not saying you didn't deserve to get your needs met or you don't deserve to have needs or that what you experienced wasn't what you deserved. We're just trying to offer that like we're not getting the donut. Like I feel like that's why like for arguing with you is so frustrating because it's like you should just be enjoying your donut. You know what I mean? That's why I feel like the privilege conversation is so nuanced because again, there's times where I've definitely not wanted to just eat my donut. There are definitely times where I wanted to, be and it's like, babe, I got my donut. Like, there's just only so much you can do when you got your donut. You gotta just let people be mad that they didn't get theirs. And again, you can feel guilt because you eating your donut. You can feel guilt. You can feel shame that you don't know what it's like to be donutless in this moment. That's okay. But like don't make the rest of us hold it for you. And I feel like in ways that's what it's kind of low key giving. And that's just what I'm coming to at this point. That like at some point, you just gotta hold that like when you're privileged, you just gotta hold the donut and enjoy that bitch. And maybe consider that in the future you could do something different to impact how people are feeling. If only it is to just listen more intently or just say, I'm sorry that happened, or just or even this. I'm not sure what to say, but I'm glad you told me. Sometimes just saying that will allow someone to hear that like they're not bad, that what they shared wasn't too much, that you don't have the capacity to really offer much more. I also feel like sometimes when I'm on here, I'm gonna be real with you. Sometimes I'm just venting. I'm not necessarily looking for advice or necessarily looking for someone to counter. Like sometimes I'm venting about something that I've already processed as fucked up. And so I've already decided that his mom is a op. I've already decided this. And so I think that you're perhaps I might have triggered you. Like you may be feeling triggered in the moment. And I don't mean that to be like as a gotcha. I just mean like sometimes when people say stuff and it really don't align with how you're feeling or maybe might make you feel because you said something about this space being anti-parent. Again, I'm glad because there is so many times where we are considering our parents to our detriment. And a lot of us will not think, damn, my mama really did me like that. Like, or, you know what I mean? Again, I know some people want to believe that we got to, like, move on on our own time, of course. And I feel like that's where I'm coming from. I feel like in this moment, I'm being very candid that my anger for my mother and how she's treated me, and my anger at other mothers for how they treated their children, I just think about how, my partner has a mother wound that is not being healed because he's still trying to deal with her. That healing the mother wound takes distance that he's unwilling to take with her. I'm not saying he got to get away from her forever. I'm just saying, like, she needs to miss him. She needs to realize why she loves him. She needs to realize what kind of relationship they really have. And I don't even think he sees it because, again, they're enmeshed. And again, I know some people will not really think about enmeshment, but it is something that a lot of mothers are in with their sons. And we talk about boy moms all the time, but we don't talk enough about enmeshment and how that actually does like stunt a man's growth in a very significant way. And we talk about men, looking for bang maids, looking for women that they can fuck and that can clean for them. And I want y'all to consider that some of these men have only seen women do that. I think that is very lofty to think that a man just came up with the idea that a woman just is good for sex and cleaning. I think we have to really hold that sometimes our mamas was out here fucking and cleaning. And that's it. That's all their sons ever perceived of them is someone in their room fucking or out of it cleaning. Again, the whore, the wife, and how those two get reconciled. I know it was a long one. I know. I gotta get up early. I gotta get up at like fucking 8, bitch, tomorrow, and I'm stressed about it. But wish me luck. I really hope my hair figures itself out. I'm just gonna throw on my bonnet. I'm gonna wet it and just pray on it tomorrow, baby. We're gonna pray on it. I don't know what I'm wearing tomorrow. I feel like I'm going to Target just to go grab something just so that I don't look crazy. I feel like I'm trying to just look like a bitch that's happy to have a job. You feel me? That's what I'm trying to give. I think I'm just gonna do a dress and some sandals. Just something really like easy breezy because they said that we gotta do paperwork tomorrow. So I usually feel like on paperwork day, it's like you're gonna be like paying attention to like maybe a video about the software, um, maybe HR. I don't know. I don't know, bitch. I don't know how long it's gonna last. Excuse me, but I'm gonna make myself a little lunch, make myself a little snack pack. And I just really hope that it all works out, bitch, cause like it feels like getting a job like maybe like 10 days before I need to move out. Feels kind of crazy, but kind of exciting. Kind of exciting. Oh, okay. Hold on. I was behind the chat this whole time. I mean, Sonata, I don't think that I'm misunderstanding you, but I'm holding space for what you're sharing for sure. You're not saying that he didn't have a bad mom. I said we can't tell people how to love their parents. I don't disagree with you. I don't think I'm telling him how to love his parents. I'm just saying I'm frustrated at like how he's loving her because I feel like he thinks that he deserves to be feeling bad. Like I've heard him say he feels bad and that he could have did more to help her as a minor. Like she was an addict. Like she wasn't taking care of herself. Like again, I understand what it's like to have an addict parent as well. But the ways that he's internalized it is very gendered. Cause like I feel like I look at my mom and I'm like, bitch, you should have protected us. I look at her and I'm like, what the fuck? And I feel like he looks at his mom like, well, she needed protection, as if he doesn't even exist. Like again, there's ways that like you'll probably not hear what your partner's saying. Like I really hope that you find a partner that has had a similar background. Cause I feel like what I've been explaining here has been a lot and it's stressing me slightly. Cause it's like it almost feels like you won't accept that that's just how I feel. Like that you need to like be countering your feelings as well. And it's like you can feel however you want to feel, but it feels like you're trying to be like countering my feeling, and I just don't understand that. Like, you know how hard it is to feel a feeling and be able to express it? That takes a lot of labor and energy. So, again, I want to respect everybody here that if you say you feel something or you're feeling a way, let's just respect it. But I genuinely am feeling like there's a way that you're like frustrated with how I'm annoyed with this man and how he's treating his mom. And there's just a party that really wonders, like, are you like where is that coming from? I genuinely wonder. Cause again, it's like this is a whole stranger to you. This is someone you don't know. You don't know the mama. This is someone I actually know and I'm with. That's why I'm just like, where is this coming from? Like, where is this living in your body? Cause it's like this is it's really like something that you're still. That's why I'm just like I'm trying to stay curious with you, cause it's like the way that you're. Right, that's what I'm saying. But Sonata, how are we trauma bonding if I'm telling like Sonata, if you feel like you're trauma bonding with me, you can leave at any point. If you feel do you know what a trauma bond is? A trauma bond is when someone's telling you something really traumatic and you're still hanging around because you feel bad for them. It's honestly like it's unhealthy usually because you're people pleasing, not because that person's so traumatized and they're sharing with you. It's usually because you're doing something you don't want to be doing. So if you don't want to hear about someone being traumatized and like them noticing that their partner's traumatized as well and just doesn't have the information yet, if that's bothering you, you are free to go and talk to people about anything you want. The stuff I talk about is necessary to talk about. I feel, which is why I talk about it. If this is not something you can handle, you are more than welcome to go. Because I feel like we spend a lot of time going back and forth about how we both feel. And I'm not saying how you feel ain't valid. I'm saying how you feel in relation to how I feel is not valid to me. Because I didn't ask you for your feelings. I didn't ask you anything. I'm sharing. So that's why I'm sitting here frustrated because I'm sharing with you as I often do. And for some reason, what I'm sharing has you feeling like I'm biased in my feeling. Maybe so. But I'm not sure why that matters to you this much. That's where I'm coming from. Oh, I start the job tomorrow. Yeah, I got the hotel job. I start today, actually, in a few hours. Word, 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 word. How am I not respecting your feelings? I feel like your feelings are privileged. That's why I don't care about them. I just feel like, again, I feel like when you're telling the oppressed in a certain respect, when you're telling someone oppressed, like, about how you can't relate because you're not oppressed like sweets, I don't think you see it. I don't think you see it, and I'm trying so hard to hold it, but I am getting agitated as fuck. And I could tell you were getting agitated before when I was still being curious with you and quite playful. So that's why now I'm at a point that I'm at because it's like when I was absolutely offering you playfulness and silliness, you were still like, you were still being quite direct with me. And I'm just like, I'm just not sure why that is. That's where I'm at. Again, I don't understand like how you feel trauma bond energy. Can you explain that? If not, you again are free to go. But if you're mentioning that you feel like there's a trauma bond happening because I'm talking shit about Dane's relationship with his shitty mom, please leave. Like again, I really feel like in this time there's gonna be a lot of people that gotta get the fuck out of the chat. I feel like unfortunately I do not think we're gonna be able to vibe because the way that this has been going on for at least 30 damn minutes. And again, what is there to respect about your opinion? You've not been abused. What is there to talk about? Again, I think sometimes people are so privileged they just don't want to hear. It's time to listen. That's what I genuinely feel, Sonata. Like I genuinely feel like it's time to listen. It's not time to talk. And for some reason you spent the whole time talking and not absorbing what multiple people were offering. It wasn't just me talking about Dane's mom. Other people were talking about shitty ass parents and the way that we've been adultified. At this point, I feel like you zoomed in on what I said, that one little piece, because it was the only thing you could stand on because other people were joining in on what the fuck we were talking about, which was being harmed by our parents in a particular way. So again, I'm not trying to kick you out, but I do think that you should probably just, just take some time to just go and read about adultified children, parentified children. Like those are things that we're talking about, and you don't have the range, and you're still communicating. Word, but you're saying it's giving trauma bond. You literally wrote that. You said this chat sometimes reads trauma bonding, and it's like some of us are traumatized, friend. Like there's not a bond in the trauma. We are all traumatized, a lot of us. And sometimes you're not going to be traumatized in this way. That's okay. When the girlies are talking about being traumatized by trans masculinity, I'm not I'm not talking too much. I'm listening. I'm gathering information. Word. But the chat is with us, and a lot of us are feeling that. Again, Sonata, I just don't think that you have the range to hold that you've actually caused some harm. And I feel like you said it to I want to say the black sheep, like you were acknowledging that they were being transphobic. You were being quite kind with them. We've spent a lot of time on you tonight, and at no point did you say, you know what, I am privileged, and I was saying something kind of, I was saying something that didn't really speak to my experience. Because again, if I came from a good family, I'd never interject when girlies like me were talking. Like I would never, like the girlies that have my trauma background, I'd never interrupt if I came from a two parent background. I would be listening so that I can gain something so I can share it with other people in my background that have two parents. That's what you could have been in this moment. You could have been an ally for the girlies that don't really get it. Because it's a lot of girls that don't get it and they still want to be in the convo. And I get it. Yes. Again, Sonata, I get nothing from having this back and forth with you in a harsh way or a shady way. Like I was really this whole time I felt Like I was really trying to offer to you that like you're just like, and again, I think that for me, when I first found out that I had privilege in being a lighter skinned person, at first I was kind of just like, how? Real talk. Like I was just like, oh, like even and again, and you know what's even worse? I had people when I started to accept my privilege reach out to me and be like, "You've been homeless a lot. You were in foster care." Like there were people trying to tell me that my light skin doesn't even matter because I was in a traumatic family system. I have literally heard it all. So that is why I come here. That's why I turn on my camera because some of us are really are really not hearing what it is that's being said when we're saying certain stuff, at least to other people's ears, because we just don't have that range. So again, when I first listen, we can't stop talking because you've already revealed that like that you're the type of person in the chat who will let someone know gently that they did something transphobic and that they should acknowledge it and hold themselves accountable, but in this moment you won't do the same thing. Listen, I'm not a black woman and we're not arguing. I'm letting you know that, in this chat you came across kind of harsh and you weren't listening, and that was hurtful. And there were moments where I feel like other people were trying to intervene and be helpful so that I didn't have to do it, because when I have to do it, it's honestly a way bigger thing. And I don't like to do this to anybody, especially a black woman who comes to my chat and wants to feel safe or comfortable. But I think we all do. And unfortunately, Sonata, in this moment, you were causing harm. And I feel like, again, nobody wants you to be doing that. Nobody wants to be telling you that you're doing that. To break silence about people causing harm honestly takes a lot of energy, a lot of bandwidth. So I hope you realize that when someone says that, like, you're causing harm, you're not listening, you're making it hard for us to connect with you. It's like connection with you doesn't seem possible. I think that again, it's another moment to hold that. Damn, someone is still trying to practice love. Like, because punishment would be just blocking you, putting you on a 24-hour timeout without any conversation. Like, again, I just feel like I've been trying my best to just call you in and just implore to you that, like, I'm not the only person with this story that you're invalidating, that there's people in the chat who feel invalidated. And then on top of it, you're saying that there's a trauma bond happening because other people are acknowledging that they went through the same trauma. I just don't think that you're realizing what you've said and what it means. Sonata is black. Sonata is black. I actually know them from other platforms. So again, like I'm not trying to take away from Sonata. And I think that Sonata just said that I was a black woman because I think again I used to say I was a black woman. I used to operate as if I was a black woman. So I think that they just were like again, I think they were just trying to hold that they didn't want to lose me in community. Perhaps I think they're asking if you're black because you called me a mixed person black. So again, I don't think that they were trying to play you. Yeah. Again, I don't think they were trying to play you at all. I really think they were just trying to figure out like, are you a black person? But yes, Sonata is black, y'all. Sonata is black. I know that they're black. Like it's again, this is another layer to this. Is like I've not been trying to be shitty to you because again, I'm trying to hold space for the fact that like again, we're not gonna all have heard the same shit. She not, y'all. She not. She not. Sonata cool. Sonata cool. Again, I think Sonata a cool person. I think that when we're talking about like again trauma that we've endured, some people don't want to hear that. Glitter flies. Listen, I feel like they're trying to be funny in that moment. Truly. Um, word. You know what, Sonata? Sonata, honestly, at this point, um, yeah, yeah. Again, I'm really not trying to, have no dramas with nobody. But no, you're super good. You're super good. But yeah, no, I'm really not trying to have any more fallouts in here that we can't work through. Because again, I think that a lot of us don't have all the answers. Isn't that a beautiful thing that we don't all know and that maybe we can learn together? How beautiful is that, right? That's where I'm trying to come from moving forward with folk. I'm trying to just be mindful that, it took me a long time to get this information and I don't work a 9 to 5 job. Some of this information I've learned because I've had the privilege of having time that I owned for myself. And so with that being said, I have privileges in this conversation. I've had the privilege to be able to read. Like some of y'all, like real talk, I'm not even trying to play nobody. Some of y'all really be thinking y'all failing because y'all not just reading books. Bitch, a lot of us is reading audiobooks while we washing dishes and shit. A lot of us not sitting down with a book and some wine. A lot of us is doing something and got the book on in the background, I promise you. So just know that like you're not behind, babe. You're not. A lot of us are trying to figure out how to learn in between life, and some of us have lesser pressing schedules in life. Some of us have much less to do, and so we're able to prioritize reading, listening, learning, and living. And so I'm not trying to make anyone feel like, you're just not getting it. That's bullshit. I just I'm doing something different than other people, and I'm not trying to put myself on there, and I'm not trying to put myself in some different category. But I do think that unfortunately, like when you work from home, when you work outside of the state, when you work outside of a 9 to 5, like you do have a little bit more flexibility. But that only happened because people poured into me. I want to be very candid that just like nobody just becomes a millionaire, there's no internet person that just like became successful. People pour in, and y'all have poured into me, and I'm hoping that in the next couple of weeks, like we can talk about pouring back out, because like again, like I've been able to survive through many things. And some people have said to me, I would like, this is trigger warning for like the craziest thing someone's ever said to me, but someone literally was like, I would have killed myself by now. And I was like, bitch, the way that I really wanted to, but I just really never had it in me. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. I just never had it in me. I know that's probably a traumatic thing to share with y'all, but I just want to be candid. Like, people have heard my story, seen my videos, and been like, how are you still alive, dude? And I'm like, I don't know, man. And that's just how I have to play it, because if I really think about it too deeply, like, I really will lose my shit. But I think more and more I realize that, I wasn't supposed to be traumatized or go through any of this shit. This was never supposed to happen to me. But with that being said, I know it wasn't supposed to happen to any of us. And there's just so much safety I feel in acknowledging that. And I think that's why I got so frustrated, Sonata, because it took a long time to be able to say, like, I'm not bitter. I'm traumatized. Like, I'm not full of unwarranted rage. Like, it is a fire that continues to burn inside of me, and why I haven't folded, and why I haven't just given up. And again, some of us don't know a soft, safe space in our home with our mother and our father. And I think that when I come from that perspective, I think that it's really hard for me to be tender and soft, because that's not where it lives in me. When I speak about my mother and my father, there is no softness, there's no kindness, there's no love there, there's no empathy there, because they didn't foster it. And I think that unfortunately some of us know what it's like to have to build a home inside of yourself that the pieces didn't come from your family. You had to borrow every piece to create it. And I think that I've borrowed so many pieces that I now own these pieces. Like, I own them as my own, and I move forward with that, knowing that I worked for them in my own ways, that I scraped and I scratched and I scrounged, and I was able to build something really beautiful inside of myself, despite being offered nothing, despite coming into this world with nothing. And so again, I think about that every day. In some ways, how like I wasn't supposed to be here, how like, yeah, maybe some of this hate and anger that I was getting hit with was supposed to take me out, but it didn't. And so now what do I do? Like, now that I'm a final girl, you know what I mean? Like, I think that that's like really my energy, is like, yeah, I'm not about to be on some toxic positivity shit. Like, this shit should have never happened. But because it did, I'm choosing to treat life like it's a horror movie, and I am a final girl, and like I'm actually not gonna die. I'm not a virgin. I've been fucking I've been out here, telling a man how I feel. Like, I've broken every rule, and I'm still the fucking final girl. I'm here for it. And so again, with that being said, I have created a persona inside of my mind that I use to like carry on in the world, because unfortunately being raised like by people that treat you like shit, it doesn't allow you to like really form a full person. And so I do think that like people may perceive me as changing or different, but the reality is I don't think anyone's ever really known me. I don't think I've ever even really known myself. I think I've been doing a series of like maneuvers so I don't have to die. So I don't have to like really live in the pain. I don't have to live in the sadness. And I think that I'm unraveling slowly but surely, and I know that more and more people will start to get away from me or start to not like me because again, I'm no longer the person that I built before. Like I've let that person burn down. I've let that person die. I've like now I am cobbling together some new structure, and that structure, you know, again, I'm trying not to compare it to what I built before, because what I built before was what I thought I was supposed to build. Now I'm building what I want to build. Now I'm building the self that I really want to be, and I think that that's where I'm at. Listen, Tool, I'm glad that you fuck with me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being kind. And Alexandria, I just thank y'all all for chiming in and saying what you're saying. And it's, again, it's wild to be alive in this time. Because there are many times where I thought, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it very long. And I remember I read recently a message I sent to my aunt where I was like, I'm probably gonna die soon, which made me sad because it's like I really wonder what I was going through that I wrote that to her. But I wrote that I'm probably gonna die soon, and that like, you know, I'm not mad at you, but I'm hurt by you, and like all the things that I said to her because I thought I was gonna die, and just the ways that I really, again, I've really thought about to pass away many times. I really thought like life was just couldn't possibly keep going after this. And so after some of those moments, you just start to realize like, oh, I'm actually gonna survive this. And so I'm trying to really think about what I'm gonna do with all the time I'm gonna have left, because I used to really think like, you know, it's only a matter of time before I'm out of here. Now I'm like, yo, I have another day. Like now I'm like, we got another day. That's a different place to be. But again, I was not always here. I used to really just wake up and be like, I hope I have enough money to take care of the needs today. But outside of thinking like that, I didn't have a lot of joy. And now I have a lot of joy. Damn, AC, I want to turn you off so bad, but I'm not because I'm feeling so comfortable. But yeah, no, I think this conversation was really good. I'm sorry the conversation did not like, it didn't go perhaps the way we may have hoped, but I do think that it's important for us to have conflict and then to figure out how to resolve that conflict. I'm not about to say that I have the best conflict resolution skills, but I am trying to learn them quickly. I'm trying to figure them out because, again, I think being here without having conflict resolution skills is sloppy. And so, as much as I'm trying to like be better than I've been in the past about being a better like leader of a conversation or facilitator. What up? Hey Nubia, I'm about to get out of here though, baby. I love you. I do think that like being in this space and like not being aware of how to have conflict resolution skills, or even having mods and like not knowing if they have good conflict resolution skills, like those are things that I really want to focus on when I come here in the future. So as I said, in the next coming weeks, we're gonna definitely have some conversations, some polls, excuse me, on how to make the space more ethical and more equitable. Because again, I do think that like I'm in this space like mentally where I'm just like, yo, there's just so much stuff that all of us can do to make it a safer space. And I'm grateful that I've had the bandwidth to even think deeply, because I think like even a month ago watching some of the lives, like just the lives from when that man tried to kill me, it's just like the ways that I was processing information, and now the ways that I'm processing information, bruh, I'm just hella fucking grateful that I even get the chance to like just talk to anybody about what the fuck I feel or think. And I feel like that's like where my energy is. My energy is just like pure grateful for like every moment, cause bitch, not promised. And then also on top of it, the quality of these moments, you know, like I'm not trying to like, oh fuck, I just realized I'm supposed to hang out with my friend tomorrow. I need to text them. I need to text them because they're supposed to come over and we're supposed to watch Desperate Housewives. They were telling me it's a lit show. Honestly, every now and then I will let a Caucasian person tell me about a show and get me caught up into it. Every now and then, bitch. I'm not gonna lie because every now and then, it's a good show. Like, but conversely, I will let somebody of color tell me about a Caucasian show, and I'll be like, I'll see what that's about. Um, but yeah, no. Nubia, I'm glad you just woke up. Is it messy? Okay. All right. Well, yeah, no, my friend said it's good. And she said it's good. He said it's good drama that don't involve us, so it's good to watch. And I was like, true. And we were gonna get some cheese. We're gonna go grocery shopping. My plan is to get up early as fuck, send them a text, and be like, yo, I'm up. Um, I want you to come over ASAP. Um, but I don't know when I get out of orientation, so let's say 1 p.m. question mark. Cause I feel like I'll probably be done by then. But if I'm not, that'll be fucking awkward as fuck. So I don't know. Maybe we'll have to cancel, which makes me sad. Cause I haven't seen them in so long. But I think that's part of having a job now, right? You can't just be hanging out with your friends. I'm so sad about that. But yeah, no, I probably should get to bed. Tragic. But yeah, I need to be at my orientation for 10:30. So I need to go and buy a dress at like 8 o'clock. So I'm gonna have a silly ass fucking morning. But y'all, I really do think that when we come here and we talk about stuff that's hard to hear, or hard to talk about, ooh, Dynasty, bitch. Yo, I'll be down to watch that together. Let me find out. I bet you Roku got that shit. Nah, it's a mess. I'm crying. I'm excited. I'm definitely excited. But yeah, no, I think like when we come here and we share things that are traumatic, hard to hear, hard to hold, I just want y'all to know that like that is not a problem. Like I really do want to make sure that people realize that I really am a harm reductionist in my heart. I really believe that if we can reduce the harm, let's do it. But I also believe that to reduce the harm, we must talk about it. We must discover it before we can reduce it. And so I do think that in ways, I think that when I talk about certain things and when some of y'all talk about certain things, I think some of us may be discovering the shame inside of ourselves, the harm that's happened to us. And while I do believe that like Sonata was sharing candidly, I do think that unfortunately, and maybe this is just my perspective, I feel like maybe the way that Sonata was raised with two parents in the household, I do believe that there could be a different type of experience where, you feel indebted because of the love you were given. That may be another type of trauma or experience that people, are still unraveling. I can't speak to that. I can't. But I can't imagine like me having two of my parents love me and treat me so good that when other people talk about not getting that experience, I feel the need to interject in a particular way. I can't stretch to that because, in my opinion, and from where I'm sitting, I'm like, wait, your needs were met and you don't see how I'm upset or like how I could be upset about somebody else's needs not being met. And again, I think that like if my needs were met, maybe I would not see like all the ways that like this person is hurting. Maybe I would think, their mom and dad tried their best. That maybe their child is showing them mercy. Like maybe that's where Sonata's coming from. That maybe like the child, babe, I'm trying to stretch. I'm trying to stretch. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just saying, like maybe there's a moment where, like the parent is given another chance by the child. Who knows? I just feel like as a child who's given my mama at least 35,000 chances, I just think that, I feel like you know what it is. I really care for Dane, and I just don't want his mama trying to fuck up our happiness. Cause I just feel like she a dark white woman, and when I say that, I mean she's a mixed woman who assimilated into whiteness, and I just worry about her just feeling away about losing her son. And I just again, I think that's where I'm coming from. I don't feel like you don't have to say people's feelings aren't valid. I just feel like we can be invalidating. And again, I feel like the other day I invalidated my friend who was telling me about her mama being trash. Or my friend was telling me about their mom being shitty, and I was just like, oh well, I was like, maybe it's this or that. Like I really brought up the fact that like they're in a relationship, and I'm like, well, maybe your mom, sees you in a relationship and is, doesn't want to be alone in a house with y'all, as if like their mom seeing their relationship really matters about her being a pick Misha. Like I really feel like in that moment I was projecting because I even said like, if I had gone through what I went through with Nat and I was living with y'all, I would be hurting. And like in retrospect, that wasn't necessary for me to fucking say. Like I did not need to say any of that. Like they probably just wanted to be heard. But again, I in the moment was just sharing from my projection. So I do think that low key it felt a little bit like a projection. So Nada, I did not even know you were still here because I did ask you to leave. So when I addressed you again or brought up what I thought it could be, I genuinely feel like I was being curious. So that's why I'm just sitting here like, Sonata, I don't feel like you're even being honest in the moment about what's going on and what you're really upset about. Because even in this moment, I just showed up with a lot of curiosity. No, I didn't ask you directly because I did ask you to leave because I felt like we spent a lot of time. That's the thing. I'm not angry in this moment. I'm angry at like people treating their parents good when their parents don't deserve it. That's my anger. I think that's valid. I am as well. I am as well. And so I'm upset about the hurt that like I know Dane has, but he can't access it cuz he has a big rock of shame in front of his hurt where he feels like he could have been a better son to a woman who chose alcohol and white men over him. Like again, I just feel like my perspective on what's happening and unfolding is one that maybe you've had with another partner in the past where you saw how like, maybe they showed up for someone who just didn't deserve it. And you're like, "Why is that?" And when it's a mama, that's a big wound. When someone's doing for their mother in a way that their mother has never done for them, that's a big wound. And I know what that's like cuz I've done for my mom in ways she has never done for me. I asked you to leave when we were in a back and forth. I was like, I was like, if you're feeling like, when you said the thing about the trauma bond, I was just kind of like, all right, because now you speaking for the chat. Now you making it seem like the chat is in a trauma bond when the chat is literally traumatized. So again, that's why I said that. And I hope you have a good day too. Again, I asked you to leave at a more critical point because I wasn't desiring to go back and forth with you because again, I really didn't have nothing. I didn't have the conflict. You know what I mean? Or rather, you had the problem with what I was saying. I had the problem with you having the problem with what I was saying. So it seemed like in the end there was no conflict to solve because your problem was with something I was gonna do regardless. I come here to do that. So your problem was really yours to solve. And so unfortunately, I think that's why our back and forth is so unproductive. Because at any point you could have set a boundary and said, you know what, if this bitch keep talking about this, I'ma leave. And at no point did you leave or did you set that boundary. And so again, sometimes people be upset with us and really they are in control of what happens next, but they don't see it. And sometimes again, it could be because they don't want to see it because they want to have engaged in a certain way. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that everybody's being combative or aggressive or angry just because we're having a conflict or a disagreement. But I do think that when it becomes like the whole chat is just me and one person going back and forth, that's what I try to like be like, hey, let's table it. Because again, we can all talk in DM, we can figure it out, we can do a voice note, we can do a call. That's fine. But I feel like in the end, what I noticed was I made a statement about Dane caring for his mom, who I felt like didn't deserve it, and that hit you. And in retrospect, what I thought was, well, maybe you would do for your mom no matter what. Maybe maybe your standards for your mom are a little bit lower. Maybe she could get away with a lot with you. I don't know, but I feel like for me, if my mom had treated me like how Dane mom treated him, I wouldn't do half the shit he do for her. And again, I know that that's my opinion, my perspective, but that's what I come here to share. So again, I was very taken aback when you were just like seemingly making it seem like I didn't understand how people love people, because it's just like, is he loving her? You know? Because again, that's my main annoyance. Is sometimes I think we do stuff for our narc parent, our neglectful parent, our parent that didn't treat us good, and we're literally wasting our fucking time, our resources, and we feel like we have to do it. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I remember what that felt like when I was making money, when I first started YouTube, when I was living with that white man who came up in here. I was definitely like, oh, you know, I finally can help my mom. I feel like all poor kids dream of helping their mother. I don't think there's anybody who's poor who never wanted to reach back and help their mommy. But I feel like when I helped my mom, it just helped her get crack. It just helped her like hate me. Like she built resentment for me helping her. My mom's an Aquarius. She did not with a fucking Capricorn stellium. She did not like that, and it sucked because again, I remember growing up poor as fuck. So yeah, when I got some extra money, I threw it at her, trying to make her day a little happier, trying to do something for her. Like I really thought I was doing something for her, and the way my mom let me know, like that wasn't shit. And just knowing that like my mom don't love me, like knowing that like maybe having me really cost her a lot of her health. Like I think about that a lot, y'all, that like childbirth is it could kill somebody. Women could die. And I think about how me and my mom never had a good relationship, and she risked death for me. And so with that being said, I'm not trying to be shady. Again, I really know that like I know not all of us have the same story. I know some of y'all hear my story and be like, "Damn, I cannot relate." But I just hope y'all know that my story is not isolated. It's a lot of people who regret having kids and they don't never say. They just treat their kid like shit. And when you see the kid and the mama, you don't see that because they'll never do that shit in public. They'll never be in public with that shit. Some of us have been harmed in our homes, the most intimate setting. And what's worse is that most of us could never even go back to that childhood home and heal, could never even go back to our parent and heal. And so I just want to hold that, like, for some of us, the best we got is a bunch of other people who feel me. Mystique, Mystique, I have an Aqua Venus and a Cap Sun. My mom has an Aqua Sun, Cap Venus. We on different types of time, babe, and it sucks. We literally do not speak the same language. She don't understand me, I don't understand her. It's a very wild time to be alive. Imagine having the opposite fucking placement of somebody down to the fucking planets and y'all really very opposite. Like my mom is an Aqua Sun. She like to be out. She don't like to be in the house. She hate being in the house. And if she gotta be in the house, she wanna clean it or cook or do something. She very motivated as a person. Me, I like to relax. I like to just take my time and bloom with my day. Absolutely. I cut my mom off recently. Like I had to tell her. Like after that man tried to kill me, I tried to reach out to her and I told her, I was like, you know, a man tried to kill me. And I just realized that, like, you know, if I gotta be out here with no family, like, if I gotta really survive this shit on my own, like, I really hate y'all. Like, that was my energy. I was like, if this is what my life about to be, like, going through crazy shit and knowing I can't never call home, I'm good on y'all. And like it felt good to say because it's really how I feel. Like imagine like you went through something so traumatic, a man tried to kill you, and ain't no going home, ain't no mama, ain't no daddy, ain't no granny, ain't no auntie, ain't no cousin. It's none of that for me. And the wildest thing is I can see all of them on Facebook existing and not connecting with each other either, but gesturing like they love each other. And I'm the alien. Like I said, I'm starting my family from scratch. I'm gonna start over. I just feel like I've carried enough trauma, bitch. It's time for me to carry joy. That's what I'm claiming. You know, I've carried enough of my fucking family history of trauma and pain. It's really time for me to carry joy because I don't see nobody in my family carrying joy. I really don't. Like I saw my cousin the other day post about how her father was a good father and a good husband to her mother, and it made me so happy because I was just like, damn. Because I read all these stereotypes about Jamaican men not being faithful, not being lovers, not being friendly, not being caring, not being family men. And my Uncle Patrick held his whole family down and got his daughter on Facebook talking about it. And it made me happy, but it did make me think about my dad. Because I feel like there's a part of me that feels like I know my cousins see how my dad moving. I know they see he got 3 different families that he done broke up. I know they see that shit. And it's wild because I feel like, again, I know some of my family members watch my videos. They don't say shit, but I know they be watching. It is wild to think that, like, you have family in this earth that would rather watch you on a motherfucking screen than ever bother to ask you how you are. Like, it's a wild thing to know that, like, I have family members that have been keeping up with me and have never bothered to say, "Are you good, cousin? Are you good? Are you good at all? Do you need anything?" No. But a stranger, a fucking stranger will have more kindness. It's just one of those things that it just lets you know this shit is generational. Shit is in your family, it's in your line. Because some people could just easily help you and not know shit about you. And motherfuckers could literally create you and literally have no energy for you. So I tell you right now, like, motherfuckers be fucked up inside. And it takes time to unlearn that shit and to acknowledge, like, that we don't deserve to be just left on our own in any capacity at any point. But it's even more bizarre to be like creating content. Like I feel like that's the other part of this. Another reason why I turn on my camera because I'm perceived here in a way that I'll never be perceived by my family. And that's a hard thing. And I can hold that like some of us know what that's like as well. To like know that like you could go online and post a picture that you painted, post a video of you being silly, and people that don't know a damn thing about you will see more love in your behavior and more worth in your behavior than motherfuckers that literally brought you here. That shit's wild. You know what? Dogs are real. Listen, my mom is just not a loving person. And it sucks because I see her with babies and I see her be so sweet to a baby. And it blows me because it's like I just noticed like when the child can speak is when my mother is the most uncomfortable. My mother's only comfortable when a child is nonverbal. She's not comfortable with a child telling her about her behavior. And again, just as much as I talk and say shit here, I know that my behavior online has been bizarre as fuck in many ways. And I'm trying to like get it together in whatever way that I mean that, but I think like I was never really raised. I was just like born and motherfuckers just expected me to figure it out. So I just want to be candid that like there are a lot of times where I would come here and just again just wanted to be perceived, just wanted to exist somewhere and be seen fully. And I think for some of us like we're never getting that in our home. We're never getting it in our home. And again, like the ways that you will put yourself in certain positions to be perceived, like we talk about like the girlies who are sex workers, a lot of the girlies who are sex workers are girlies that don't have no family. So it don't matter what they do. It don't matter what happens next. I think some of y'all really can't appreciate that. Like, and I'm not saying all, but some of y'all really don't know what it's like for your family not to care about what you do. Like some of y'all know that your family really do care about what y'all do and actually go out their way to figure out how to stop you. Again, we pulling up on 4 hours, and I was really trying to keep this shit 2 hours, but you know my ass be talking long. But I say that to say that, like, exactly, turnip greens, like, but knowing that you have value when your family tells you you don't, or shows you you don't, we all don't get to a place where we realize that was a fucking lie, and how powerful that can feel to know they lied to me. Again, I feel the same way about unlearning Christianity. They lied to me. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about fat phobia. They lied to me. They lied. And a lot of us are angry because we believe their lies and we're so fucking miserable. Like, some of us are, our family compared us to so many fucking strangers that now that's all we do is look for how we could improve based on somebody else's measurement. Never being able to say this is good enough for me. How would you know? Just the ways that our family be sowing anxiety in us, fear in us, lack of motivation in us, and then want to turn around and say we're lazy and we don't do enough. But that's what you told me I was. It's unfortunate, but un- unfortunately, um, I think some of us will have to spend the rest of our lives telling ourselves the truth, and I think that that's even harder. You know, I was reading this thing about shame and about how if you're full of shame, you will literally look in the mirror and see yourself as ugly as fuck. You'll see yourself as just the worst person ever. You'll see yourself as the unloved and as a constant thing. And just the ways that, like, when you start to break that lie down and you start to really hold that you have worth intrinsically, that you were always a beauty, that you were always beautiful inside, that you always had something about you inside that could not be killed. Like, when you start to build yourself up on that truth, that you honestly really had a lot of motherfucking tools and you've been fighting with them ever since you discovered them, that is a lot. That can really propel you out of some shit. But just like I also saw on a reel, that there's two types of self love. That apparently, like, there's the self love that can come from, like, fighting hard for yourself and going hard for yourself and kind of packing in your feelings and just going. And then there's that other type where, like, you actually are telling yourself, you know what, girl, you actually might need a nap. Yeah, today was actually kind of rough. Yeah, I don't even think you had lunch. You went from breakfast to nothing. Yeah. Yeah, it actually might be time to order some DoorDash and put on a comfort show. Like, that's where the love comes from that can actually help you build a little stronger inside. 83, I feel that shit. I definitely feel that shit. I definitely feel that shit. I already feel successful. Like, I feel like the fact that I'm already, like, seeing myself with, like, fresh eyes, like, that's already success to me. Like, the fact that I don't believe what I was told as a child, success to me. The fact that I'm learning how to have conflict with people that doesn't devolve into just pure chaos and destruction, already a success for me. Like, trust me, I am finding ways I'm seeing joy and glimmers and everything. I'm seeing the beauty in some of the bullshit. But at the same time, I also don't exist just to be a happy person. Like, I don't exist to just move on and act like my pain ain't really fucking paining like it is. Like, some of us are in pain. And I don't want to be silent for 1 minute because when I feel joy, I'm very loud about it. When I'm happy, I'm very loud. But sometimes when we're feeling hurt, we get so fucking quiet. And sometimes people are so used to our silence that they try to bring it out in us again. I just need y'all to know, like, y'all don't deserve to suffer in silence. I pray you make motherfuckers uncomfortable with your pain. Because the way that we be trying to be comfortable sitting with this shit inside of us is so sick. Like, the ways that some of us gotta scream inside of us, the way some of us have a fucking physical collapse on the ground and a scream and a sigh and a moan and a weep. And honestly, like those things living inside of our body, we can feel them. I can feel in my body like so many tears, so many fucking screams, so many fucking how dare you? How could you? So many questions that don't need an answer because really you could never explain this shit to me. It's unexplainable and it's inexplicable, bitch. It don't add up. Some of the pain we've endured just can't even fucking make sense. And so I do think some of us are going to trigger people who really didn't know that this pain lived here, you know? I know people be seeing me thinking I'm so happy because I be smiling or I be laughing and joking and shit, but no, I'm actually very upset. I'm very upset. And I spend a lot of time like masking my anger because if I lived all the time in this rage place, I probably have way more health issues. I'm gonna be real. And I already have health issues from suppressing. So I just want to be candid that like there are a lot of ways that our anger is tearing us up inside. And sometimes our anger is being tapped and like really it's just a little bit of conflict. It's just a little bit of conflict. And so I just want to hold space for the fact that, you know, if people are angry about something that happened a long time ago and you can still remember every detail, you can still feel yourself leaving, like you can feel your spirit leaving your body because it is just overwhelmed with anger. Or worse, you can feel your every tingling sensation of anger and rage. You can feel yourself reaching for the weaponry. You can feel yourself getting ready to fight. And that feeling that can be just coiled inside of us like a snake ready to jump out. And so I just want to leave y'all with, you know, the harm, the pain, the rage, the stress, all of that shit is living inside of us. And if we get a chance to bring it up, to pour it out of us, I pray that it's in moments like these where there's no victim, there's no casualty, there's no more violence being put in someone else's body. Like, I pray that you exercise that shit out, not with just exercise or body movement, but with a sigh, bitch. A sigh, a yawn, a laugh. And I know laughter can really be a big mask, but sometimes a good chuckle could really just shift. But the anger and the rage we feel, some of us feel like we getting old and our body aching because of elder age. Bitch, we are in our 30s. Some of us just have pain in our body that has to come out. And so I pray y'all dance. I pray y'all sing. I pray y'all do things that fill you with a lot of motherfucking harmonious energy. I pray y'all look into body somatics. It's something I'm just learning about myself, and just the ways that like we can move our bodies to lessen the stress, not to force ourselves to relax, but to allow ourselves to sink into relaxation, to allow ourselves to kind of dip into ease and play and silliness. And I was saying earlier, like I've been in like my inner child phase, like, or my inner child space. And so a lot of shit that I wanted to do ain't getting done. And some of the shit that I'm able to do, I'm only able to do because I have support here. Like Dane washing the dishes, buying groceries, like taking care of me in certain ways has allowed me to take care of other needs I have. But I think about how some of us are really like just one friendship away from connection. Mm, I'm so sorry to hear that, Kinsha. I'm truly sorry to hear that. I hope that you celebrate her moving forward. I hope you pick a day to celebrate her or a time to celebrate her. I hope if you have an altar, you put something on there to remember her, to call her spirit towards you. Genuinely, it's very scary to lose best friends, especially to death. But carrying a lot of pain can really take you out, y'all. It can really take y'all out. Absolutely. Yes, Alexandria, thank you so much. Yes, accepting our anger is important, especially as non white people. Like, white people get to be angry. White people get to be angry. But when you're not white, your anger is seen as violent. And you want to know why, bitch? Because the anger is part of liberation. Ain't no liberation movement ever popped off without anger, babes. So just know, like, period, like your anger has a function in the new world we living in now. Trust me. Like in the old world, yeah, your anger could get you fucked up out here. But at this point, your anger, your rage, that moment in your gut where you know it's time to actually go up and let these motherfuckers know they got you fucked up. Like that moment where shit shifts. Like think about it. Anger can really shift a lot. Yes, anger is a reaction to injustice, but also when you're a non-white person and you feel anger and rage, our world, the colonizer's imagination is set up to make you doubt that shit, to make you really think, no, no, I'm the one that's crazy and fucked up. Come on now. Listen, I need to go get my rest because I gotta get up early AF to go get this motherfucking outfit. And lowest the keys, I feel like I have a really cute sweater I could wear, and I have some motherfucking career basic ass pants, but I just don't want to wear that. I really feel like that's the thing. I could really sleep in if I wore like this career basic ass sweater, but I just feel like it's gonna be so hot. But I'm gonna be inside in the AC. So there's a part of me that's like, bitch, sleep in, wear your little career basics. You know, like look snatched after the first paycheck. You know what I mean? Look cute after the paycheck. 83 and Pat, I'm glad. Listen, I share what I share because I be feeling shit. Um that be feeling like how where can I share this? Probably a journal. You know, I definitely need to get into my journaling bag, but talking to ourselves is something that I feel like I be doing sometimes, but not really. It's like when I watch the lives back, that's when I feel like I be talking to myself, but not even really then either. You know, maybe I can't use this as a way to talk to myself because when I listen to the lives back, I be dying laughing at some shit. Like I just be noticing shit in some of the stuff that I be saying, or I just be noticing moments. And I'll just be dying because, you know, just listening to yourself tell a story that you already know, or worse, like a story that was so traumatic, I done forgot the shit. So I'm listening to myself tell myself what happened to me. And I'm like, oh, for real? Or like I'll just hear something that I remembered that I don't remember no more, and I'll be like, "Yo, that's crazy!" Like I'll be watching myself, like, "Girl, for real." Again, I don't always know what I'm going to share here. That's the beauty of ADHD, but I don't always know what's going to be on my heart to talk to y'all about. But I'm glad we talked tonight because, again, being able to share, um, being able to share that donut analogy about privilege is just so helpful because again, like I had no idea that I was getting a donut when it came to anti-blackness. I genuinely thought I was getting crumbs. And noticing that there are people who are getting crumbs within the spectrum of anti-blackness, and also noticing that I'm not even within I'm not even within the black community. I am an infiltrator. I am, you know, a colonizer adjacent. Like I am seen as a benevolent colonizer, honestly. And I feel like that may be me coining a term that I don't need to be coining, but I just feel like people do see light skinned people and non-white people who are non-black as benevolent colonizers. And just the ways that, like, again, I could be getting a donut every time and still come here and talk about how we're not getting donuts, you guys. And the people that are not getting donuts are looking at me and watching my content like, bitch, you're definitely getting a donut. But if people who are privileged and unaware are talking, the people who are the most marginalized are just sitting there like, when do we get to talk? When is it our time? Why are you speaking for us? And so again, I feel like that's what at least felt like to me when Tanada was speaking. It felt like you're telling us you got a donut. What more do you have to offer? And again, I feel like it's a different dynamic when someone doesn't know that they're getting the donut and they're talking as if they're not getting the donut and someone corrects them. versus someone's like, yeah, I'm getting a donut, but you know, y'all over there being real loud about not getting donuts. Like y'all, it seems like y'all are traumatized by not getting donuts. Like, and that's what it was feeling like, at least to me in the moment. And so I just want to clarify that like my desire is not to be fighting with anybody about their experience. If you don't have the same experience as me, that is fine. But I do think that for me, what I'm hoping is that we just remember that like we all have different experiences, different walks of life. And if someone is sharing something that's painful, something that you genuinely don't understand, because I think that again, when we say we understand someone who's marginalized in a way we're not, we're lying. And I think that that's an unfortunate thing because again, I've definitely said, you know, and this is a while ago because I have not said this in a while, but just saying like, oh, I'm understanding colorism or I'm understanding my privilege. I'll never understand my privilege. It doesn't make sense. The more I hear about it, the more it really doesn't make any sense. The more that I listen to deep dark skinned people, the more I'm like, whoa, what a huge gaslight. That really doesn't make any sense. But again, it making sense would mean that violence makes sense. It would mean that like anti-blackness makes sense. Again, there's no way to understand how we're privileged. There's no way. We can't stretch to understand it. And so I think that that blind spot, and not to be ableist, but that way of just not being able to get it can be quite frustrating. And I definitely felt frustration when I first was uplifted in the reality that I am a colorist as a light skinned person. That like unlearning colorism is the best I can be doing. But actively saying I've unlearned colorism, I understand colorism. So again, when people are sharing a perspective that you couldn't possibly understand because you are privileged, it just makes sense to be like, yeah, I don't understand and I never will. And you know, I'm just gonna hear you. You know, saying things like I'm hearing you or I heard you, you know, that just lets people know like, yeah, I'm present with you. Sometimes we really don't know what to say when people share stuff that we don't experience. And again, there's nothing wrong. You're not bad. You're not bad, but we have to sit with our shame. And that is what can turn a conversation into something a little bit more hostile when we're unwilling to sit with our shame and instead we're bringing it with us into the conversation as if other people aren't with their shame as well, and or rather letting it go. Because I think again, to be a person that comes from poverty, to be a person that comes from domestic abuse, familial harm, narcissistic parent trauma, foster care system, like all the ways I've been harmed, like to talk about it here. Some people may think that it's easy because I make it seem that way, but I've just had a lot of practice because I've had to tell everybody. I've had to tell every person. I haven't been able to just hide this about myself. It's something that's very important to share because it is very apparent when I'm operating with people that I don't have a support system. And so it makes interactions with people that are shitty and fucked up even more hurtful because they know, because I have no choice but to tell them, I don't really have people that like love me consistently. And this is not me trying to diminish the chat and people that have showed up for me over the years, over the decades at this point. I've been really lucky. And more than lucky, I've been really motherfucking grateful that anybody ever watched a video of mine and was like, you know, this person's pretty cool. I'm gonna like them. I'm gonna subscribe. I'm gonna talk to them. I'm gonna connect with them. Nima, never, 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 never. Please don't apologize for chatting in the comment section. I feel like, again, as I said, I'm just grateful that I come here and people are feeling abundant and willing to share. But I know that again, some of the stuff that we're sharing in this chat, it's stuff that can be hard to walk away from and act like everything's fine. It's not. We're still scared, right? And so I just want y'all to know that it's okay to be scared. It's okay to be worried. It's okay to be feeling like, you know, it's just okay. It's okay to be feeling out of sorts when you're breaking silence about trauma, because I don't expect any of us to just like be great at it or be, you know, the best at it. But again, like the more I talk about it, the more I find ways to just remind myself that like I'm, you know, I'm sharing my lore, but I'm not sharing the end of the story yet, you know. And I think that that's how I'll leave this, is that like we're not done, you know. We're not done. None of us are done. There's so much more to learn, and how lucky we are that we get another day to learn, right? Like I pray that when y'all wake up tomorrow, you get to have a deep thought, that you get to be uninterrupted by anything else happening, and you're able to really get to another place, you know, or another perspective, or at least shift so you can be more gentle to yourself. Because a lot of us who are being unkind to others, it's not like we're being so nice to ourselves. I think that it takes a lot of kindness inside to build it up, to be able to pour it out. And so, with that being said, if you find yourself unable to pour out kindness to people, maybe pour in first. Because a lot of times we're really not willing to pour into ourselves first and to take that risk to pour into someone else. So, I really hope that you take that risk to pour into yourself. I hope that you take a risk to break that lie that you're not worthy of supporting, that you're not worthy of loving. Because hearing that even one time can really make you think it must be true or operate like it is true. And then if people confirm that shit in you, where you at now? So I just hope you're around people that make you feel easy to love, that reaffirm that you're easy to love, and that don't take away from you the things that you've been building inside of yourself, the things that you've been building for so long. They don't just come and just try to bulldoze it or break you. I hope that people are gentle with you and soft with you and remind you that you're actually so worthy of treating well. And I hope that like the way that people treat you really does make you investigate why you can't give that to yourself, even if it's only a little bit, even if it's only a crumb. I really wonder that I really want people to start wondering like why it's so easy to pour into other people and not themselves, and then ask themselves, you know, look in the mirror and say, you know, why don't I think you're lovable? Like just see what a conversation with yourself, a honest one where you look yourself in the eye, where it goes. And again, I'm only sharing shit that I've done myself, that have had me sitting with the fact that, you know, I was believing someone else's appraisal of me, and therefore I was never gonna be worthy. If I kept on holding their standards, I was never gonna be what I needed to be. And so being what you need to be for yourself, that's gonna take a long time, babe. Start to learn your standards, start to learn your standard for care, what you think is acceptable for you. What can't people do to you? What can't you do to people then? Just think about stuff like that, because a lot of us are giving people our ass, and that's all we getting is people ass. So how the fuck we gonna give somebody, you know, our heart, our kindness? How are we gonna give that shit? We're not getting it. So where are we gonna pull it from? So I'm hoping that we realize it's very important to start pouring into yourself. And again, little shit. Asking yourself, you know, how was your day? If motherfuckers not asking you how you are, ask yourself. For real. Like I know it's not the same. I know it's not the same, and I don't want it to be the same. How we talk to ourselves is so intimate. It'll never be like talking to your bestie. Maybe you actually like your bestie. So again, just consider how much you really like yourself, how much you let yourself go to the bathroom when it's time, how much you let yourself eat when you're hungry. Think about the little things that your body tells you that you don't listen to. Why the fuck would you listen to yourself talk to yourself in the mirror when your own body can't get through to you? It's a lot of ways that we really don't fucking listen to ourselves. And again, I'm speaking from my own perspectives and my own experiences. There's times where like we really won't let ourselves be human, and then we wonder why we feel like a fucking alien. We got shit that we want to do and that we got to do. I hope we get to do it. I hope we get to do it with people that love us and show us that it's safe. It's safe to love again. It's safe to be friends. It's safe to be acquaintances. It's safe to not know motherfuckers like that and keep it cool and low key and fall back. And it's also okay to realize that you love these motherfuckers and you want to do a lot of stuff together. And there's a lot of things to build and there's so much more life. I really hope you get to that point with somebody, not just yourself, but especially yourself. And with that being said, I'm gonna go because baby, I done talk so motherfucking long. But I love talking, obviously, and I love talking to y'all, and I really love being able to just be my full self here, because a lot of us have to go into the world and be like, "Hi, my name is blah blah blah," and I don't get to talk about anything that's going on with my real life, because if I did, I would stress y'all out and we wouldn't be friends no more. Like I get that not everybody can hold the capacity of our pain, our trauma, our whatever, but I'm grateful. I'm grateful that I never had to deal with that. I'm grateful that I never had to be smaller in this room with y'all, because again, I feel like I'm never going to desire that. I'm never going to desire to be going within to hide. I've done that my childhood. I spent my childhood hiding inside of myself to stay safe and to protect myself, and now I'm out. now I can't be put back. And I'm learning to love that reality that I can't hide anymore. But some of our identities are built around hiding. And so, stretching, letting ourselves be out there, letting ourselves put ourselves out there, it's not going to feel the same. It's going to feel so different. It's going to feel so new. And I don't want to miss that moment to be new somewhere. So, I'm going to go so I can go be new somewhere. Y'all pray for me. Pray to whoever the fuck y'all pray to. Honestly, I'm non-denominational. You know what I mean. I know I don't believe in Sky Father, but you know if you call on him anyway. So, anyways, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for fucking with me. Thank y'all for listening to me ramble for a long period of time about literally everything and anything. It means so much to me. Like I hope it comes across that like this is more than just a social gathering for me. It's also a place to create and manifest and dream and the things I've been able to dream because I've been able to come here and unravel. I've been able to really just unload in this way that just allowed me to just access fresh thoughts. So just again, thank y'all. Thank y'all for everything that y'all offer. And thank you for just breaking the fourth wall in the ways that y'all do when y'all talk about yourselves and what y'all have gone through. Like I know I'm not owed what y'all have gone through. I'm not owed your lived experience. I'm not owed anything. And yet some of y'all come here so abundantly with us and just let us know what y'all really went through. That is so fucking dope of y'all. Like just thank you for not allowing yourselves to get smaller when you're feeling tapped to share some wisdom, some intelligence, because that's what it is. When we go through pain and trauma, it's intelligence. We really do set so many motherfucking people free when we tell people our intelligence on pain. Bitch, it's the way I'm about to be a grief doula. Cause honestly, like there's just something about pain that just don't bother me. It just do not bother me. It feels so important to talk about it because it feels so fucking strong. And it's like, damn, like imagine diffusing that bomb inside. Anyways, I love y'all. Thank y'all for listening. Bye.